So what are we looking at here? Let me see. So we're probably going to have some type of support here all the way here. Probably welcome. I see 2 people joined back in. So decided to come back in because it looks pretty interesting. I think we left the last stream right around this general area. Ever since then, we actually got some pumpage going. Kind of sucks though because we literally left the last stream like right around here. So had we just stayed a little bit, we would have been there for these pumpage. But it's looking pretty good because it's actually, I'm only going to be looking. And I mean, obviously, I was going to use my hands, but I'm obviously going to be looking at this general area right here. Because honestly, the first goal we want to see be hit is somewhere around this range. So keep that in mind. Let me just make this longer. Right around there. So pretty much, I just decided to open it back up just to kind of, and I'm messing with my phone at the same time because that way I can see the chat since I don't have dual screen yet. Without having to take it out of the actual pump right here because it is looking positive. It is looking good. You know, we will see. I was saying earlier that I think it might hit 47 cents. I still believe it will, but I mean, it may not, you know, because it already hit it once, like I think a day or 2 ago, so it might not actually hit it again, but I strongly do believe that it will be hit. I just thought it was looking I was about to start playing some games, but I thought it's starting to look a little bit interesting, so let's see what's happening. A little bit more volatility, that's for sure. Obviously, once we do get up to that range, we can most likely expect some type of resistance around this level. It might actually be some heavy resistance that might bring us back down to lower levels, but I mean, in general, it is looking pretty good. It is looking bright. But yeah, how's your day going? Besides, obviously, these nice little pumps that we're going through, and we're actually about to hit it right now. So yeah. Again, keep looking down because I check my phone just to make sure nobody said anything. Okay, so we clearly are going to blast past that, so that might actually just become the whoa, now that happened quick. We just have to see where it goes from there. I mean, wow, that was wild. I just heard like a chipmunk or something. Yeah, I mean, we could pull back. I think we might even bounce around these two for a little while, you know, dance around it before we actually. But this might just be it. This might be the one that blows up. And I don't know that I've added title to this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I did. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. Let's see how it holds here. Might not hold that well, but we'll see. I mean, that was a pretty big drop. I feel like I just got probably joined too early, but anyways. Or not too early, too late, actually. That was a nice green candle. I do wish it would have went over that though.
Better than that before we talk about it as a currency.
Yeah, so what are the things that something like the digital assets?
All right. Sorry, just checking some things there. Yeah, I mean, it is looking interesting right here. So we might pop off, but at the same time, it definitely tested this resistance right here is definitely heavy. I did put that mark there earlier. I mean, we did go over it, but I like to click on this because, you know, bat. But anyways, yeah, I mean, it hit that point of resistance that we technically expected it to resist pretty hard from there. And I mean, obviously you can see what's happening now. Now that's a pretty big drop right there. I'm sure you just saw that. It went from bloom all the way down here. So we'll see if that's actually able to engulf this. Then if this passes anywhere above this general area right here, I'm not gonna mark it obviously, but if that passes that general area, we'll most likely keep going up. But the fact that it dropped like that, that's pretty heavy indicator of some heavy downturn. These are two of the possibilities that can happen here. So it can come back down all the way to this line that I drew right here, and it could find support there, and just like it's been doing over and over, it can keep bouncing back before it keeps going up, because obviously the trend is a positive one. So pretty much if it was to touch here, most likely we can expect it to go back up. Now if for some reason we're able to just stay like around this area where it's at the lowest right now, and we're able to keep pumping up, then that will signify potentially a higher new year high. Just because once we pass that 64 range, that 64 range, I think we might be aiming for a new year high at that point. Although there will probably be heavy resistance at like 67 cents. I feel like 67 cents is going to have a major resistance that, you know, we'll see. We'll see how it is once we actually get to that point. But yeah, I do see that we got one in here. How are you doing, man? Hope Thanksgiving went well for you. Hope everything went well. You can let me know in the live chat or in the comments, whatever, how everything's going for you. And just kind of things that, hold on, I just got something. No. Yeah, I keep getting all these like deals sent to me, but I don't know. I'm not ready to buy anything right now. Not that I need, so. And yeah, it sucks because, like I was saying earlier, like we left the stream like right around here, and then as soon as we left, sure enough, you get these beautiful pumps. But it doesn't even matter if we ended the stream before we got to those beautiful pumps. What matters is that, you know, we're just, you know, profiting. We're making profit. That's really what it matters, you know. And then I also have this article, Garlinghouse Ripple would still thrive even if XRP were declared a security. I'm actually going to be talking about this article a little bit later, just because I would prefer to have a little bit more people in the stream. That way I don't have to repeat myself too much, which I'm sure I'll find myself having to repeat myself several times just as people join or not join, you know. So I will read this though. You know, if XRP were deemed a security here in the United States, that, you know, we have other G20 markets that have taken a different view. I'm not aware of any market globally that thinks that XRP is a security. So obviously, the fact that welcome, like we got one more in. We are watching the chart as well, but at the same time, we're talking a little bit about this just because we all know that XRP has been undergoing this battle of whether if it's a security, if it's not a security. So pretty much I'm just kind of going back and forth with this article along with the chart as well. The chart is looking beautiful. My first target on the upside is probably going to be 55 cents. I think after that we might be able to blow to better highs, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see that they're not aware in any global market that thinks XRP is a security. So that's obviously great news. By the way, I'm seeing this article for the first time. I kind of decided to be a little bit spontaneous and just kind of throw this out there and then kind of go over it as, people watch and stuff like that. But that's definitely something that we're going to come back to because, I mean, the fact that XRP could still do great, even if it were declared security, that's very strong. That's very strong. Like this coffee. That doesn't have much. But yeah, I mean, we're just pretty much hanging around, seeing how this goes. Trying to do O's. Doesn't work out too well. Let me just check something on my phone and we'll get wrong. I gotta find a way to add music as we watch this. So I feel like music would just make it better, But yeah, there's not a whole bunch there going. I might. It's just I'm thinking of an idea, and you can pop in ideas in my head too. I'm thinking of ideas of what to stream because I kind of want to do like a big stream covering cryptocurrency in general. But I know that a lot of my viewers and my subscribers are actually the channel subscribers are actually Pundi X and XRP investors. Speculators, investors, same difference. Well, not same difference, but you know what I mean. So as we can see here, we are starting to get some action, just not the way we want it to go. So we're starting to see that down action. Obviously, we did pass that support level. So we can pretty much either, as long as if we wick, honestly, if we wick, we're fine. But if we end below it, we can probably expect to see anything as low as probably this mark right here. Let me just make sure that's right. Let's see how this one looks. You pretty much just want to look for the ones that touches the most. So we're probably going to see something like as low as that if we end below this, or if the next candle goes below it. In general, if we end below, I apologize, we did end below that. I was looking at this freaking line for some reason, but that's the line that the price is actually at. That's the price action line. But yeah, so we can, I guess, at this point we can expect it to hit as low as right over here, which that is 53. Yeah, pretty much 53 in general. 53.028, but doesn't really matter too much, that last part. However, just because it passed that line right there does not mean that it's going to touch this one. It could very well reverse. It could very well engulf, you know what I mean? Like bullish engulfing, like it could very well do all that. So this is just more of a reference point, as like if we touch this line, if we go below it and close below it, we're most likely going to dip a little bit lower. Not always going to be the case. As I mentioned before in previous videos and stuff like that, like crypto is just not even crypto, just trading charts are not always what they appear. And just like this was, uh, I wouldn't say miniature support. The reason why I say miniature is because it's a very short term. So I mean, just like that was a extremely short term support, it could become resistance. So if we are able to bust past it, we might just be bouncing a little bit. But honestly, based on how the whole chart is going, once you zoom out and look at a little bit more data here, just based on how the chart is looking, we were able, if I'm not mistaken, to top that off. So I mean, as far as the chart looks, it looks like we're going to rebound potentially to this point. Like if we're able to cross this point once again, we should be golden. I'm trying to draw like a freaking straight line, but okay, whatever. I'm just gonna put it there. Might be a little crooked, but it is what it is, right? So I mean, in general, if we're able to pop back up to right around here, we are most likely going to see that happen, just because you got to think about it, the general trend, the general feel of the market, specifically in this general part. Obviously you can zoom out and read more data, but we're focusing on this part for a reason, because we are looking at the shorter term. We're looking at what it's going to do maybe in the next couple of hours or even less than that. So pretty much that's what we have right now. As long as we can cross that first line, we should be good. This one was put here from previous, but you know, we won't discuss that one too much just because we're not there yet. I'm actually going to clear some of this up just so it doesn't look too messy, especially as people pop in. I'm just going to try to do a max of like 3 lines. So let's just do this. Boom. Actually, that could be lower. That could be lower. That could be much lower. So let's go right around here. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the chart simple. I'm not gonna do too much, just because we don't want to make it too complicated. We don't want it to look odd. So let's just stick to like very simple 2 lines. So we're right there. So pretty much we're most likely going to expect, welcome to the stream by the way, Ferdinand the Bull, and you already know what we do here. So pretty much as long as we're going to stick around these 2 lines, I'm pretty sure we're going to bounce back and forth between this support and that resistance. We're probably going to be doing that for a little bit. Then again, the general momentum right in this general section tells us that we might not be bouncing here too long. We might actually be blasting off past this, because it is looking like it wants to turn bullish. It is looking like it wants to go up, even though as soon as I'm freaking saying that, it's starting to go red. But that's the feel of it, you know. That's the thing with candles. They're amazing, because once you do a little research and know the basics of it, like it's really like that's the emotion of the market right there. And I know that's not the first time you've heard that, but you know, it helps to hear it several times. So pretty much the person that just joined in, before you head out, just so you know what the plan for this stream is. So pretty much we're obviously looking at the chart. And I also want to talk about this article right here. I'm just trying to kind of weigh, maybe if we get like 3 or 5 people in the chat, then we can actually start it up. But pretty much it's just like the title this says, reads really, it's Garlinghouse's Ripple would still thrive even if XRP were declared a security. So we're pretty much going to talk a little bit about that, hopefully, as more people chime in and come in. Excuse me, because I do want to get people's ideas on this as well. But besides that, we're looking at the chart right here. We are looking quite positive, at least as far as this short term goes. I do think that we might not even be touching this support right here. We might not even go down that far, not yet at least. Again, I do want to say that I personally believe that we're going to be seeing probably the 47 cent, 46 cent line at some point today potentially. But it's not, I'm not saying that it will happen, you know. Obviously it might not, you know, so that's also a possibility as well. Let me just check something. I mean, if we don't hit 45, I honestly think that we might see, realistically, we might see 60 cents by the end of the day. I'm hoping we hit above 64 cents, but I think on a more realistic, based on how everything is going the past couple of days, I think on a more realistic note, I think we might hit 60 cents. But I also do think the downwards potential is probably around 47 cents. The upwards momentum is probably around 60 cents that you might be looking at for today. Again, it's not set in stone. I'm not saying that that's how it's going to go, but that's just the feel of the market and how everything is looking. I'm looking at those 2 points. I'm looking at a 47 cent, 46, 47 cent support, and I'm looking at a 60 to 63, 65 cent resistance. And I think we're probably going to see that 60 today. There is quite a good chance, though, that we are going to see 47 before we see 60. So also do keep that in mind. And again, I like to mention this in general because people are, you should know, I'm not a professional at this by any means. I simply am learning day by day. So, but I'm just giving you my personal take and my personal opinion and feel of the market of how I see it going. I'm sure that other people that look at charts too might tell you very similarly. But yeah, I would say expect 47 low and 60 high, or anywhere around that general vicinity. I was hoping that it was gonna pump past this, right, past this line that I drew while we were in the streaming it, but it doesn't always work out the way you want it to. But since that got nice. Let's see how this goes. This is trading view. So if you go on tradingview.com, then it'll have this. It's a good one, honestly. Obviously there's other good ones too, but yeah, TradingView, it's pretty simple. There's also BitMEX, I believe, has a good one for XRP. I think BitMEX might be the most up to date. I mean, by that I mean like to the second, like how the price actually moves. But yeah, just go on one of those. TradingView, doesn't matter. I think there's actually a paid subscription for TradingView. I personally don't have it because you don't really need it. But obviously that's something you would have to see and see if it applies to you and you would like to do that. But yeah, just go to the free version. You're good, man. This is pretty much all you need right here. If you're on Binance, I mean, you're fine. Binance is really good too. The only thing I will say though is that if you plan to, and I'm sure you've heard this before, but if you plan on keeping your XRP for a longer period of time, medium to longer period of time, you might want to get your what is it called? You might want to get your crypto out of Binance, just because Binance is generally very good. They generally will work with you if something was to happen to your coins, gets hacked, whatever. I'm sure they will work with you and stuff like that because they're very good at that. They're very good customer service conscientious. That's how you would say it. But, so Binance is generally good, but it's still an exchange, meaning it can still get hacked. It's still online, So I would definitely, if I were you, I would look into nano ledgers, S or X, whatever. They're actually going on 40% off today, I believe. Not today, just for Black Friday in general. I think you have a couple of days where you get 40% off of it. So if you're holding it for the long period of time, I would suggest taking it off the exchange, just for that safety measure, And again, Ledger is going for 40% off. So if you were to choose to do that, it'd probably be the best time to get it any of these days, because exchanges, man, there's been a lot of exchanges in the past that have been hacked. I'm sure you've heard of some, and people lose a lot, obviously Binance is very, like, they seem very professional and stuff, so I'm sure they would work something out, but better not to even risk it, honestly. Now if you're planning to, like, get out of it when you make some decent profit, like for example, like if you got in at 20 cents, 30 cents, and you just wanted to make quick profit and you wanted to exit now, then yeah, obviously in that scenario keep it on Binance as long as you want to get out of it. But yeah, if you're holding it for the long haul, just be careful, especially when bull runs. If this is truly, which I believe so personally, if this is truly the next bull run, you're definitely gonna want to have your stuff safe, because obviously when things are pumping is when you have the most people trying to hack stuff. Because you got to think about it, if your XRP is going to like 20-50 cents, and even if you have like 1,000 XRP or like even 500, like that's a pretty decent sum, you know what I mean? Like it's pretty decent. So it's like somebody's out there is going to be trying to hack. Obviously if they do hack Binance, or if they were to hack any exchange, they're not just going for your assets, they're going for anything and everyone's they can get. So I mean, especially on the bull runs, there's more stuff like that can potentially happen. So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm sure this is something that you guys have heard before, so it's definitely nothing new, but just look into that if you plan to keep it for the long haul. I actually just recently got my Ledger X, and also I do have actually yeah, I do. I can post a link. I actually have an affiliate link. So obviously if you were to get it through my affiliate link, I think I get like $2 or something. And that would obviously go towards the channel. But the reason why I don't have the link posted up at the moment is just because I'm not here to like push any of that on anyone. I'm just letting you know. But I will post the link, obviously. And so the sad thing is that I don't have two screens, so I have to like do it through this. So I have to do all this. I don't think there's anything. So pretty much I'm going to go on my screen. Is going to look a little bit weird for a second here. Again, we are pumping. It is looking pretty good. Like I was mentioning to the Apple show, I do believe that the low and high that I'm targeting for today and just for the days to come is a low of most likely a big support at probably 46 to 47 cents. Then I'm expecting a big resistance at around 60 to 65 cents. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And let me post that link for you. I'm actually going to have to go to open this tab up, open the YouTube, and then open it through there, because I don't have two screens, so I sadly can't do it that way. But we can just get quickly to it. Again, I do apologize for this in advance, but just again, if you guys are interested and you want to get your ledger off, again, if you use my code, I get a little something. You don't have to use my link. You can go through their official website if that's what you prefer. The idea here is that you keep your investment and speculation safe. So just keep that in mind. I will pin this one. If you guys, again, right now they are doing the Black Friday deal where you get a 40% off. Again, you don't have to use my link. You can go straight to their website. It is nanoledger.com. So just keep that in mind. But I just wanted to post that out there because I want you guys to all be safe. And I will also post the actual website, so you'll have both links. Obviously, again, if you use mine, I get a little something towards the channel, but that's not about that. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get the official website as well. Obviously that link takes you to the official website, but if you guys for some reason prefer to do it this way or that way, then you have both ways. It's not just one way. If I can get this working, select Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Bear with me. I'm just trying to get something for you guys. All right. So pretty much, I'm about to. Again, I'm dropping both because I want you guys to know that it's not about me personally making anything. So I'm gonna drop my affiliate link, which again I get something, and I'm gonna drop the actual link to the website, so you can click on either one. The whole idea of this is for you guys to be safe, for you guys to get your 40% off, specifically because the Ledger Nano X is actually a little bit pricey-ish, but once you get the 40% off, then obviously it's not too bad. And just while we wait for the price to move, while we wait for the price to pretty much do something, right? I mean, we see that it's alive, so that's perfect. But as we wait for that, I can actually show you the differences. I have both. So pretty much, in my personal opinions, the Ledger Nano X is much better, but the Ledger S will do anything you need. You know what I mean? The only thing about the X, just if you're not familiar with these, the only thing about the X is that you can the S is that you can only store like 3 apps on it. So if you want to add something else, then you have to like download an app and reinstall an app. For me, I forget things, man. So it's like I prefer the other one. So this is what the S is going to look like, and then you have the X over here. So I'm trying to make sure that you can see it. So I mean, one is bigger. Obviously the X is going to be bigger. The cool thing about the X is that you are getting a wireless. You don't actually have to physically connect it in order to use it. At least that's my understanding of it. I haven't fully used my X one yet, but yeah, that's that. I don't want to bore you guys too much with that. It's just showing you the difference. We can move back to what we're here for. But yeah, I do like the X better. It's wireless. You can store up to 100 apps, so you don't have to worry about deleting some to all that stuff. I just prefer not to deal with it. All right, so right here, back to what we're here for, right? I think several people left since I started talking about the Ledger. I promise you, I'm not trying to promote any of that. I'm just promoting safety of your personal assets. I pinned my affiliate link in there, and I pinned their website. Not pinned, but I also dropped their website there, so you can choose. Obviously, you're going to pay the same no matter what. But anyways, yes. So right here, we're looking pretty good, actually. If you look at this right here, ever since we've been talking, I've been talking kind of a little too much there. But as you get here, this is looking nice. This is looking prime to retest this area right here. Obviously, there's at this point, because of how low it is, there technically could be other resistance levels that you can pick from it, but obviously we're just going to pick the main one that we wanted to hit, the main one that we wanted to go over, and that is pretty much right there. So I'm not gonna make this too complicated. I'm not gonna put a shit ton of different lines, so we're just gonna keep it simple. Obviously we can find other resistances, we can find other supports, but these are the main ones for now, in the short term at least. And I mean, we're looking pretty good. I mean, it's looking like a little nice pump. I think that we might, I honestly believe that we might hit anywhere between $2 to $5 by the end of the year. Now, don't take that as financial advice, and don't take that as a thing to make drastic decisions on, but that's just my personal view, my personal perspective on how the market's being, on how everything is unfolding. So we're having a little bit of the pullback. I guess the bears want to show some type of power, but I don't think I was about to speak too fast. It looks like they're doing some damage, but honestly that could wick and it could just turn out to be a doji, or we can just completely reverse it. That's the thing with crypto, guys, or just crypto specifically. Things change very, very fast. So it's don't make the mistakes I've made. I've gotten wrecked several times, specifically towards the beginning of my crypto career. It was not fun. You know how they say, buy the dip, sell the high, or I forgot how the expression actually goes. buy low, sell high, right? You know how you hear that? Well, when I first started, I was doing the opposite, and not because I wanted to do the opposite, but just because how it turned out to be. And I think part of it was because I was trading with emotions. I was trading, like I was like seeing this pump, and I was like, holy shit, I want to get in FOMO. You know, holy crap, this is going down, FUD. You know, so that was my own personal uneducatedness or whatever of the market. I wasn't familiar with it, so I did get wrecked several times towards the beginning. That was probably like several years ago actually. At this point, the point is, don't trade emotionally. You know, just if you have a target, stick to it. You know, like if you're saying like, hey, I'm going to hold this till it drop, I'm going to sell and I'm going to rebuy once it drops this line that the bull put up. You know what I mean? And again, don't take this as advice, so don't do this. But like, you know, if you were to do that, then just because it starts to go up to here, don't necessarily give up your initial plan. You know, because most likely it's going to play out, unless you're thinking something drastic. If you're thinking it's going to drop to like, I don't, if you're gonna wait for it to drop for like 5 cents in the next hour, even though it's possible, it's quite unrealistic. So obviously you don't want to wait like that if you see it pumping up. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. It seems like we got 3 people going. I've seen some people filtering in and out. It's all good, you know. I think it's all good vibes and all, you know. We're pretty much just here talking about the price action, of course. I also do have this little article that I want to talk about, which we'll probably get into here shortly. I'm obviously not going to read the whole article, but that's just the general idea of it. Now let's just go back to price action, because I think we're at a slight crucial point here with the price. I think that, you know, that we have like that doji up there, so it could probably retrace a little bit more. Obviously we're looking at this short term. If you're looking at this long term, it's gonna retrace and it's gonna pump. You know, that's just long term stuff, you know. But we're here just having fun with the ups and downs, not so much with the downs, but you know, gotta appreciate it all. Especially if you were in like when it was like 20 cents, 10 cents, 25, 30 cents, like you're golden. Like you have so much cushion that you don't have to worry too much about how low the price goes here. Obviously, like as you start to get closer to the numbers you got in at, then your cushion is not as cushiony anymore, you know. But it is normal. You have to expect a retracement at some point. If the price just kept going up and up and up and never down, then that's kind of scary, because at that point you don't know when it's going to go down. You know, here you can kind of at least see. You can kind of see that the trend is going either down or up. So as you can see that, you have time to react, and that's why the corrections are healthy, because it gives you time to react. If the price just went all the way up to all-time high, then you can expect it to drop just as fast as it went up, you know. So I think that's the scary part for me. The scary part is not the retracement, it's just if it goes up nonstop. I mean, obviously you want to lock in gains at that point, but you know. Also, you guys can throw in some ideas, some insight and stuff out there in the live chat. My personal prediction for today and just I guess the next couple of days is a low of 46-ish cents and probably a high of 60 to 65 cents before we see any big movement. I do think that we might hit the 47 cents before we hit 60 cents, but that doesn't mean it's going to play out that way, so just keep that in mind. But let me know what you think. Excuse me. But let me know what you think. What are your ideas, your thoughts on it? You know, we're here to learn from each other, man. That's what it's really all about. You know, we learn and we grow together, and eventually we make good gains together, hopefully, you know. All right, so Jan, should I stock up at XRP at 50 cents? So I mean, at 50 cents, I personally, and again, before I even answer the question, I just want to say this: I know I've learned charts. I'm still learning them. I'm still like not new to them, but like I'm still slowly learning, keep continuing to learn. And I also do want to say I am not necessarily a professional by any means, so please do not take this as like a thing you should do or shouldn't do. But I do believe that at 50 cents, if it hits 50 cents, I do think that that will probably be a good spot to get in at. However, I also do believe that it might hit a low of like 46 cents. So I think at that point it's going to be your call if you decide to get in at 50 or if you decide to wait for it to see if it goes lower. With that being said, it doesn't mean that it's going to hit 47 cents. It doesn't mean that it's going to hit 50 cents. But I think that generally, or I apologize, bad verbiage there. In general, I think if you get in anywhere between 45 to 50 cents, you should be good. Many will argue that even getting in now might be a good thing, you know, because if a lot of people are expecting to exit at like $1.80, you know, $5, $10 potentially, you know, so some people might tell you like even 50 cents is going to look golden later on, and I think it will, but I do think that it's going to take a little bit more time for it to hit $10. I think it's going to take more time. Even to hit the all-time high, it might take a little bit here. But who knows? But yeah, I do think, to answer your questions, I know I'm kind of like, I made your question longer than it should have been. But yeah, I think, personally, I think that's not a bad range to get in at in general. Now, of course, if you're planning to just exit shortly and just get it over with, then, you know, you might want to wait till it goes a little bit lower, if potentially. It might not, though, but we will see. You know, I will be able to tell a little bit more as the day progresses. As I see the chart and I see what it's doing, we'll be able to get a little bit more information. As it stands now, 50 is an excellent point, because we might not even reach 50, to be real with you, but we might. And I do feel like we will, but just keep that in mind. I always try to see both sides, all sides of the story. So that's why I like to say it in two different ways that sometimes may seem contradicting. So I apologize for that. So I honestly think my end of year prediction is, my personal end of year prediction is anywhere between, I want to say, I know I said $2, between $2 and $5, but my realistic end of year, I think it's going to be anywhere between $1.50 to $5. I think that's a better, broader spectrum. I'm not even going to use that word because I don't think I'm using it right, but it's definitely a better, wider range that makes more sense, you know, because 150 is really not that far off if you think about it. So I think anywhere between 150 to $5, which I should probably update that on the actual title of the video, but you know, I'll do that if I stream again later on throughout the day. I'll make it $1.50 to $5 end of year prediction, and that's just my personal prediction. Of course, always try to do a little research on top of anything you hear. It doesn't matter how if people have hella subscribers, if they're very intelligent, not so intelligent, you know, like always try to do your own research on top of everything. Obviously, we are getting a good freaking pump here, and I mean, I think as soon as we pass this point, we're either one or two things are going to happen. If we are able to pass this point, which I think we're about to see, that we're either going to see a big rejection that's going to bring us lower, or we might just blow past it. Now, obviously, as we start to move up, this support down here starts to become less relevant, so we might be moving that up here shortly. Of course, we are looking at the short term, so really it's not that irrelevant, but just pointing that out to you guys. But what do you all think? What's your end of year prediction? You know, like, do you guys think it can realistically hit $1.50 or $5? You know, obviously I'm leaning more towards $1.50, $2 range, but I do think that we have the potential, based on how everything has been played out lately. I do think we have that potential to go even past that, to go up to even $5. You know, the Apple show said $2 max, and yeah, I totally I can agree with that, you know, because that's a very realistic number. That's something that it's not going to be like, wow, if I mean, obviously it's going to make good profits for us, but it's not going to be like, oh, this was so unexpected, you know. So I think that $2, it's probably on the money. That's probably on the spot, you know. The reason why I say 150 to 5, and I know it's kind of a broad range, but it's because how it's been playing out. It did 130, 160%. You know, so it's like it definitely has the potential is there to go up fast. You know, XRP has that potential, and I think a crypto in general has that potential. By the way, if I'm looking down, I'm just looking at your comments and stuff like that. Because I don't have two screens sadly, so I can't have one on the other. But anyways. Oh yeah, trust me, it's all, you got it right on the money. You said you hit it right on the spot. It is definitely all about general adoption, and I think that's something that sometimes is hard to think about, not to think about, but like sometimes we overlook that. I guess that's the verbiage I should be using. Sometimes we overlook that and we forget that, you know, crypto has to be mass adopted to a certain degree or accepted to a certain degree in order for a lot of this to like really flourish and really do what it can do. You know what I mean? Like the max price, or not max price, but the highest potential that XRP has is not necessarily going to be, this is my opinion again, it's not necessarily going to be achieved without having some type of acceptance, some type of adoption for cryptocurrencies in general, you know. So I think that definitely plays a big role. I think if things keep going well, $100, I don't see that being unrealistic. I honestly see $250-ish being quite possible for XRP. Obviously, I want to say something higher than that, but I don't want to be too crazily like out there, you know. So I think a future price of 250 would be sweet, and I think it's even though it might seem unrealistic now, even though it might seem like we'll never reach there, like it very well can. And I think it's XRP and Ripple, they're definitely evolving into more than just the banking sector. You know, they're if I remember correctly, they were planning to do something with dApps and stuff like that. I believe that's what the Flare token is all about, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty much to mess with dApps and stuff like that. So I think that the fact that they're starting to expand and stuff like that, that's very good. Obviously their main focus is the money transfers, but it's good that they're actually expanding and having more use cases for XRP, you know. And I think that's really what's going to potentially drive the price up, and it's going to potentially make a lot of us a lot of money. So I mean, yeah, I mean, $100 in 5 years, if everything goes well, that might even, who knows, in 5 years that $100 prediction might be even like very what's the word I'm looking for, very low. I was trying to look for a specific word, but doesn't matter, I can't find it in my head. So you know, that $100 prediction might in the future be like a very low prediction, meaning that it could very well pass that. Now hell yeah, that'd be sweet, you know. Like think about it, $20 a year, like, and it's the thing is that it's with crypto, with all the use cases that it can potentially have, and as we gather more markets, more partnerships and stuff like that, that's not necessarily unrealistic. That's not like super out there, like never gonna happen type of deal, you know. So who knows? I mean, I see that as being a thing. I think 20 a year would be sweet. Hell yeah. I mean, obviously, you're gonna expect some big retracement. Obviously, like let's say if we hit $20 anytime before the year ends, we're most likely going to drop back down to like $8 or something like that. So just keep that in mind. Like just because we go to $20 doesn't mean that we will never see $8. You know, we will never see $5, $3, whatever it may be. On top of that, I do also want to say, like, I'm not trying to FOMO. I'm not trying to say like, oh, this is gonna pump, it's gonna like make you like a trillionaire, you know what I mean? Like I don't like to FOMO, and I don't necessarily like to FUD either, you know. I think that a good balance is good. So just like I'm saying that it has all this potential, like it also has the potential to go back down to 20 cents, even 18 cents, you know. Now, do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. But there's also that possibility, just like there's a possibility that it can go up all the way to $100, 200, 300, whatever it may be. The opposite is also holds to be true as well. So, you know, I always like to look at both sides, because I know that some people don't like when you FOMO them, you know, when you try to like chill and stuff like that, coins, you know. So it's like I like to be transparent on that aspect, that just like it can go up the way we expected and dream of, essentially, you know, like it can do the exact opposite. So always keep that in mind. And yeah, I don't try to FOMO. I just personally, I am very biased when it comes to XRP, because I do believe in XRP and Ripple, the team, a lot. So obviously I'm always mostly going to be saying positive stuff, but I do like to mention the negative as well. So, you know, there's that. On top of that, obviously, if somebody was to come along and do things better than Ripple and XRP, obviously they would take the business, you know. But I don't see that being the case either, but who knows. Just like, you know, how Facebook took over MySpace, you know, it happens, and it sucks for the companies, but it happens. Oh, that jump was sweet. I know you guys just saw that. I think this candle or the next is gonna take us past that point right here. There we go. Oh god, look at that. We might hit 55 with this one. I think we will hit 55 actually. It's like every time it's pumping, the bears always have to come and like fuck it up. Oh, there we're going. Oh shit, we're going for 55. No way. That's gonna wick. There's no way. After that pump, like there's no way it's going to drop that hard. I don't see it happening. That's gonna wick. It's gonna be a long wick, and we're probably gonna either end as a little doji or continue going up. Like there's no way that type of movement is going to go. There's no way it's gonna go up that much and then just drop. You know, I mean, obviously it's a possibility, but it's not gonna happen. See, I told you we're gonna wick, continue. We're going straight for 55. Once we hit 55, though, we might hit some heavy resistance there, but we'll see what happens. We're finally getting some good stuff going. You know what I mean? Like we were streaming when it was going like. We were streaming all the way over here, and we let it go down all the way here. Then we decided, hey, you know, let's cut the stream and restart later. And shortly right after that happened, it started to pump up. That might be a wick too, honestly. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a wick. Oh yeah, man. Trust me. I wish Pundi X would too. The thing about Pundi X and NPXS is the thing with those is that we need. Okay, that's intense. See, like that's super unpredictable. Like, who would expect that it would have dropped that much? But obviously, it does feel like the Bulls are still in control. So you know, we might wick that. Who knows? We'll see here in a couple of seconds. But anyways, just to obviously I can't read your name because I just can't. But I wish Pundi X would also rise, and I do agree with you. Trust me, and I think that Pundi X will in time, or NPXS. Let's keep in mind that Pundi X and NPXS are technically separate, because Pundi X could still do well without NPXS. So just keep that in mind. And that was intense, man. Like, how are we gonna drop that hard right after that? But obviously, the overall trend, we're looking very positive. This might just become the new support, you know. But anyways, yeah, I mean, the thing with NPXS or the XPOS device is that we need a lot of adoption to take place. We need a lot of people to, we need cryptocurrency to be mass adopted where everybody uses this and they want to use it to buy groceries and stuff like that. At that point is when XPOS will shine, because that's what they're for. You know, I think the XPOS device is a little bit ahead of its time in the sense that it's not necessarily needed now, so we can't expect too much from NPXS. But we are here for XRP, so I won't talk too much of NPXS. I just kind of wanted to answer the chat, the live chat. So yeah, we're looking good. I mean, I would not be surprised at all if this is all wick and then we just blow past this right here. I think it's getting a little bit interesting here. Obviously, the general trend after blowing past this old resistance level that I marked out, I don't see it going much lower at this point. This resistance, I mean this support level, is pretty much not needed anymore. I think at that point that support is too far off, so we're gonna find a new support here for us. And this old resistance might very well be the new support, and it sure as hell is looking that way. So I might need to get more. I've been drinking coffee since like 7 a.m. I think I've drank like 5-6 cups already. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, like I said, I think the XPOS is not needed right now, so there's no use for it at the moment. So I think that's why the price has been lagging with NPXS and stuff like that. But I do think as it becomes more mass adopted, I do think there will be more need for it. And I think when there's more need for it, then we're going to see that pump. Obviously, if there's an overall wide market bull run, I'm pretty sure that NPXS won't get left behind. I do think it will start pumping up with everything else. We just got to watch the volume. But as far as, but that's enough for that at the moment. We are looking here at this chart and it's looking beautiful. There's definitely a lot of, the bulls obviously want to take it to 55 and beyond, and the bears don't want to let it get past 55 or even get to 55. So obviously we're having that battle right now. The way it's looking, the overall trend of the chart, it's looking like we will be hitting 55 here shortly and very soon. Excuse me. Obviously I could be wrong, but it does strongly feel like we're going to be hitting 55 here like very, very soon. I'm talking like within the next hour or so. All right, so hold on a second. So the wifey does want to take a walk, so I'm probably going to go take a quick short walk, and then I will keep the stream going. I'll keep the chart going. You know, you guys can talk to each other, etc. You know, say hello to each other, meet each other, be nice. You know, but I will be right back. I will probably take like a 20 or so minute walk, and I'll be right back. You know, you're welcome to stay and watch the chart, all of that. You know, that's what we're here for. I will probably, obviously, I can probably draw another level for us, another support, but honestly I think the next one is just at 55, like straight up. I'm gonna try to get it. It won't let me because there we go. I do think our next, I'm just gonna do a little bit on there. I do think our next big play level, short-term play level, is going to be around here. So just keep an eye for that. Obviously it's all the way up here. I don't know how do you guys want the chart? Should I leave it like that or leave it like this while I take a quick walk? I mean, if I leave it like that, obviously you can see all of that, but this should move along with it unless it just blows past it. But there it is. Those are the next two targets that we are looking at. Obviously we're on the shorter end of it because we just passed that old support level, resistance level. Now it is becoming support. But anyways, I will be right back. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to turn off the camera, and I will just keep how do I turn off the camera? I might have to unplug it. I forgot how to do it. All right, so where is the camera? Okay, I might just unplug it, and I can probably replug it later. Let me just make sure that that worked. Okay, so it shows me frozen. I don't see how that's better. So I'm gonna replug it and just leave the camera on. Let me see if it'll actually capture me now. Dang, guys, I think I messed this up. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. There's technical difficulties here. I'm trying to go take a walk and I attempted to take off the camera, but it doesn't look like it's working, so it looks like I'm stuck. I might have to restart it. I am going to take like a 20-30 minute walk and I'll be back right afterwards. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to restart the stream and you guys are welcome to pop back in, and what you'll be seeing is just me not frozen in place and the chart moving. So I think it's a win-win for all of us. But I did draw already for you guys. I do have the next big resistance level that we want to get to. This is pretty much what we're battling for right now. We're battling for that $55. I was about to say dollars. I wish, right? We're battling for that 55-cent mark. So pretty much that's what we're dealing with right now. Technically, to be more realistic, we can get rid of this. This was an old resistance line. It might become support now, but to give us a little bit more of some space, we're going to put the new support right around here. Obviously if we fall past that while I am gone, then obviously we are most likely going to be looking at something around, honestly that looks like a good one. But if for some reason we keep dropping lower, then we're probably going to be looking at a support right around here. And of course, our big resistance, obviously we can put a resistance line right there, but right now we are mainly looking at that 55-cent mark. And I know that my camera is locked out for some reason, so I might have to restart the stream, but I'm just going to restart it because it looks weird. Okay, it is working. Okay, cool. All right, so I just had to restart it because it wasn't like the camera that's looking towards me was frozen in place, so I pretty much had to restart the stream. So I do apologize for that. Again, I do want to before I am about to go take a short 20-30 minute walk, so I'll be back. But I did draw the resistance and supports for you guys. Pretty much we're looking at this was an old resistance, and now it's most likely going to become a support level. If we for some reason go below that, then we're looking at this right here. Besides the obvious resistance right around here, which I'm not gonna draw a line. Well, I'm gonna draw a line for it, just in case. So pretty much we're looking at this resistance right here. This is the very short term. The long term, we're honestly looking at that 55-cent mark. So anyways, I'm gonna go take a walk. You guys are welcome to chill here, chat to each other, do what you have to do. I will be back and we will get this rocking. Most likely when I'm back, we're going to be past this line right here. So all right, I'll take care and I'll be right back. Here, what I'll do for you guys, just so you don't hear some weird unexpected noise. All right, guys, I am back. I do apologize. Had to take a quick walk, ate a little bit too. Haven't had anything since like 7 a.m. I mean, it's looking quite nice. It's pretty much bouncing off of that support that we put up. Essentially, obviously, it did dip lower, but it still holds to be true just because of that rise right above it. So it is looking nice. It is looking like we are going to break that 54.59. I do think that we're going to be seeing anywhere between 55 and 60 cents today, sometime today. So going down to 40 cents today. Excuse me. I personally don't think it's going down to the low 40s, but I do think that there's a very good possibility that, there's a very good possibility that we might be seeing the 46-47 cent range, because I think that that's where heavy support is going to come in at. So pretty much any of these supports that I'm putting up right now, that I have put up, are pretty much just short term. They're not the main they're not the main support, you know what I mean? Like, if we pass this, like, we can potentially go much lower. So I think the lowest, and again, don't take this as it has to be this way, but I think the lowest we're going to be seeing here either today or within the next couple of days is probably going to be anywhere between 46-47 cent range. And I don't think we're going to go too much lower than 46 cents. Obviously, to be realistic, there's always a possibility that we can and might, but as it stands, based on the history of XRP, based on how it's been performing lately, I do not see it going too much lower than 46 cents. So, I mean, obviously, if you are waiting for a dip to get into it, I think once you see that 46, once you see it hit 46-47 cents, you most likely might be safe to do what you might want to do at that point. Obviously, if you're selling at 46-47 cents, unless there's a very strong key indicator that is going to go lower, you might be forced to pick up a little bit later when it's maybe even a couple of cents higher, 10 cents, whatever it might be at the time. But I do see that, and the reason why I'm looking down is because I have my phone. I actually don't have dual monitor, so this is the way I see the comments. This is the way that I see what you guys are saying, and pretty much talk back and not talk back, but like respond back to what you guys are saying. So if you see me looking down a lot or looking like that, then it's because I'm looking at the phone to make sure that if you guys ask anything, if you guys have said anything, any opinions and stuff like that, then I want to be able to read that. I do wish I had a dual monitor because that would make things so much simpler, but this is not the end of it. I do think it's going to break 60, honestly. Like Imi said, I don't see it going to 40 specifically, but I do see 46-47 cents being a strong possibility. I do think that, like he also mentioned, I do think we're going to see 55 here very soon, and I think that we're going to even go up to the 60s. And if we're able to get past that much anticipated 60 cent resistance, which I'm pretty sure there's going to be a quite heavy resistance once we hit 60 cents again, it's either going to be one or two things. It's going to be heavy resistance at 60, or we're just going to go through it like butter. One of those two is going to happen once we actually hit it, but I definitely am expecting a 60 cent resistance before we break up even higher than that. Again, I do see the possibility of a 46-47 cent as well. That's what I'm pretty much, that's my personal opinion. My personal prediction is that anywhere in here within the next week or so, we're going to see potentially a low of 46-47, and we're going to see a high of 60 plus. Obviously, if we go past 60 plus today and we end the day at 60 plus, that's going to be a very strong indicator that we might not necessarily go back too much lower than that. And again, if you see me looking down or something like that, it's because I personally have my phone. That's what I'm using to actually see the messages, what you guys are saying. I don't have two monitors, so if I am looking down, that's the reason why I am doing that. So let me just read what you guys said. It's gonna break 60. I think that, yes, it is going together with Bitcoin. They are, like, if I pull up the chart, they're probably going to look identical almost. not quite, but you do see strong similarities from BTC and XRP. You know, you always see in BTC you have this pump right here, then you have the down and the up right there, and then you have the same general feel of XRP. So yeah, in essence, they are kind of flowing together. The whole general crypto market is kind of flowing together. But I do agree with what Amy has said. I do agree that we might have seen the lows. You know, this might be the lows right now. This might be what we look at later and then be like, oh man, like I wish I got in at that price. You know what I mean? This might really be that low. Again, if I'm looking down, it's because I'm trying to read what you guys are commenting and saying in the live chat. I do think we're going to see a weak resistance at 55 because even though this might not make a whole lot of sense, I feel like the 55-cent resistance is kind of what's happening now, because I think that what the bears are pretty much trying to do here, they're trying to prevent us from hitting that 55-cent range. I think once we hit that 55-cent range, I don't think it's going to take much to go past it. I definitely do think that there's going to be heavy resistance at, like he said, 5.595 or just flat out 60. Oh yeah, they're definitely trying, man. I mean, I was streaming earlier when we were like all the way up here. We're all the way here, and then it went all the way down here. So I decided, you know, let's cut the stream short. You know, we can all do what we got to do. And then shortly enough, it did bounce. But you see, we are going to have to, again, I'm going to delete some of these lines because I'm not trying to make it too congested with different lines and stuff like that. But it is looking like that 55 1. But I mean, that does what, once we get to 55, that 55 125 is not going to mean much. So, you know, I'm not even going to actually put that there, because I already put a line for 55, which is up here, which I'll extend it. And that's pretty much what we're looking for in the day today. We are looking to break past that 55 cents, and we're hopefully we end the day at 60 cents. I think that's going to be a very good indicator right on its own right there. Again, if I'm looking down, I'm just looking at the chats. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything, respond to everyone. But yeah, I mean, it is definitely hitting a key point right now. It is definitely trying, that's for sure. But the bears don't want us to hit 55 because I think they know that once we hit 55, I think they know it's game over from there. Well, not exactly, but you get what I'm trying to say. By the way, I want to take a quick time to thank you all for being in the chat, being here with me, you know, commenting and all that, interacting. It's really awesome. This is what I love about the community, that we have so many different opinions and stuff like that, and it's amazing how it all comes together. No, yeah, I definitely do think we're gonna see 55 soon. I don't see how we can't. I don't see how it's not going to happen. You know, it's I want to say it's almost like a given, but it's really not. But it just feels that way. I think we have been fiddling around quite for some time now with the overall pullback, and like he said, that might really be it. Oh shit, that's awesome, dude. I do want to ask Choa, why do you say you? Oh, you say I'm watching from Indonesia. Oh shit, dude. I thought you said wait till they wake up. I don't know why. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for tuning in, especially from UK, Indonesia. That's awesome to see that you guys are here. You know, the reason why I'm saying I meant to fix that because I wanted to actually make it. I believe that end of the year we are going to be anywhere around between $1.50 to $5. Obviously the $5 part being the bigger stretch, but I do think that more realistically we're going to hit that 150-ish around that range. The main reason why I say the $5 prediction at the end of the year is just based on everything, and I do believe that once December 3rd and the flare airdrop thing gets closer, I think things are going to be a little bit wild. I think it's going to be there's probably going to be a lot of volatility during that time, and you got to think about it. We went up like 130 160 in a week, roughly in a week. So it definitely has that momentum. Yeah, oh, no, yeah, I think that honestly, like I said, more realistically, I should have fixed my title, but more realistically, I think we're going to be hitting that $152 range by the end of the year. When I end the stream and I restart it, I'm gonna make it end of year 150 to $5. That's the way I see it. With the momentum it's having, I just don't see how it's not going to be possible. You know, I think that hitting 96 cents on, let me just read the comment. Me personally, I do. I love XRP, man. I love the team. I like what they're doing, and I see value in it. I see the use case, and I see the potential it has. I personally, yeah, I'm invested in XRP for sure. Obviously, it going up makes me money, it makes me profits. But again, saying that, I'm not here to FOMO. You know what I mean? Like, there's negatives to it too. You know what I mean? Like, just like we're saying that is going to go to 150 $2 or whatever single digits within the year, it could be the exact opposite. It could go down to 10 cents, you know. So I'm not here to FOMO, I'm not here to spread FUD or anything like that, but just to be realistic, you know. I do think that a $5 end of year prediction might be a little on the unrealistic side, but the main reason is because I see that potential. I see the volume, how it's been doing in the past week or so. I see that momentum, so that's kind of why I went to that far stretch of the $5 end of year prediction. More realistically, I will expect it to be around 150 to $5, so it's in between that range. I know that's a little bit broad. Again, if I'm looking down, it's just because I have my phone as my second screen, so I can see what you guys say. I'm gonna answer Chor first, and then I'm going to get to you any other cryptos. So I believe the same. I think we're gonna hit the 150, and I think that once we hit 150 to $2 range, I think we're probably gonna draw back probably to like 80 cents or something like that. Of course, it's not written in stone. It doesn't mean it's going to play out that way, but it's just the feel and how it seems to be going. Hey, you know, that's funny because I was saying it as you typed that. Like, I said it was going to go probably to 150 to $2 and then back down to 80, and then I just see that you said go down to 90 cents. I mean, that's probably dead on, you know. Oh yeah, trust me, dude. Like, if you have, like, if you play the market with emotion, it's almost going to make you have weak hands, because you're going to see this, like right now, what we're seeing right now. Somebody that plays the market with emotion would have seen this uptrend right here, and they probably would have bought in like around here or around here, which they could have exited, but their idea was probably going to be that it's going to keep going up, and they probably saw that it went down and they probably went to go sell around here. So, you know, that's why you don't play the market with emotions. Now, you did ask about, before I forget, you did ask about any other cryptos. So my personal portfolio is looking mainly XRP, some BTC, a little bit of Ethereum, some Cardano, some BAT tokens. I think BAT is doing pretty good too. I think Cardano is going to be well too. Some Stellar, of course. I do know that Stellar and Ripple are kind of competitors in a way, but they both move together, so I mean, I didn't see the point in why not just putting in it. Yeah, Cardano and Stellar look pretty prime too. BAT token is not terrible either. I like what they're doing. Yeah, no, I agree. They definitely do have that potential. I think Cardano, the amazing thing about Cardano is obviously like XRP as well, but the amazing thing about Cardano is that they have, their community is awesome. Like anybody that I've encountered that like, it's like I guess we can say like a diehard fan of Cardano, right? Like they generally tend to be very chill. They generally tend to be like, you know, like, I don't know. They're kind of like, I might be saying this wrong. It's just my personal experience. They're kind of like the hippies of like the crypto world, you know. I just all relax, you know, like no stress, you know. But that's just what I get from that. That's just my personal experience with them. But yeah, 3 years, that's pretty good. I think I've been doing around the same thing. What sucks with 2017 is that I bought it when it was, I think XRP specifically, when it was at like 20 cents or something like that. And then I completely stopped watching or looking into crypto for some time. Life got busy, etc., etc. So I stopped looking at it. Then when I look back at it, it was almost back down to where the 20 cents, was back down to like $1 or something, or like under $1. And I could have sold at 380. So I was a little bit upset there. I'm not going to lie. But when I got into crypto, when I got into XRP, XLM, ADA, when I got into these cryptos, I didn't get into them to get rich overnight. I mean, obviously, if that happens, then I'll be happy as hell, obviously. But I didn't get into them for that particular reason. I got into them because I see some potential use case down the line. I see some potential in them down the line, and I'm thinking more of it as long term. I'm not thinking about like, oh, we're going to make a lot of money in a month, 2 months, even a year. I think realistically, we're probably looking at a 3 to 5 year, or maybe even more, a whole time before we see what we want to see in the market. And I think that's my realistic perspective. I do think that we're going to be waiting a little bit longer than probably expected. What I'll do is, once I end the stream, because I don't have anything up right now, but once I end the streams, I will do some charting for you guys. And as far as to why I think the 150 to $5, a lot of it, and just to give you guys the gist of it, a lot of it has to do with a lot of similarities between what's happening now and what happened back in 2017. So a lot of it is based on similarities. But I will, once I get off of the stream, obviously I'm probably going to do my own thing for a little bit, but I will put a video up eventually, within the next day or two. It's not going to be like a month later or anything like, or a week later. But I will do some stuff like that and then put it out, or maybe next live stream or two, I will put that up and show you a little bit of the charting from my personal perspective. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with just similarities in the boom, how fast it went up, similarities in 2017 to now, like how the charts look. So a lot of it is just similarities. But I will, like I said, I will bring that out once I work on it. Again, like I said, I think 150 is the more realistic mark. I think $5 might be a bit of a stretch, but I'm kind of optimistic. I'm kind of very optimistic on it. Obviously, like I said, I'm not here to FOMO or anything like that, so it could go the opposite way. You know what I mean? It could go to 10 cents, it can go to 20 cents. I don't think it will, but it can. But no, realistically, I'm very optimistic on it. But like I said, the $5 end of year prediction, it's probably going to be a little bit of a stretch. I'm not saying that it's unlikely. It's likely to happen, but it's just a little bit of a more stretch. But I do think we're going to see anywhere between $1 to like $2. I think I can almost say that with a guarantee, but I won't say it with a guarantee because anything is possible. And I mean, obviously, you guys understand that, especially if you've seen some of my videos and if you've heard me like in the other earlier streams, like, I'm the kind of person that anything is possible. Just like it can go to $1, $2, it can do the opposite. It can go the opposite way just as drastically. So definitely do keep that in mind. As we've been talking, though, it looks like the price action is trying to dip lower. So at this point, some of these start to become irrelevant. Some of these trend lines, not completely, but so I might be moving some around. Like this one I can probably take out, although that might become a new resistance level, but we can just take it out altogether. I think that one doesn't mean too much at the moment. But yeah, no, I think there's too much similarities. There's too much. And the best thing about this, what feels like the beginning of a bull run, the best thing this time around, and I'm sure you guys have heard it before, but the best thing is that it's not all hype. Back in 2017, like NBC, ABC News, all these news that had nothing to do with the financial sector, right? A lot of these were covering, we're covering cryptocurrencies, and that's why we have such a big boom. Now this time around, you don't have that. You don't have all these medias hyping it so hard. So now it feels more like an organic growth. It feels more like something that can stick, you know. I will try. Once I put everything together, I will try and then hopefully bring that out to you guys. Again, my level of charting is quite basic. I'm not like super like professional when it comes to charts. I just see the very basic of it, but I will put something together and just bring it out for you all. Because you know, it helps to see it on the chart. You know, it's more reassuring, you know. And so I'll definitely work on that and bring that out. Just again, I'm not the best at charting and stuff like that. If it looks a little bit messy, I do apologize in advance, right? But it does looking like we are going down. I guess we can probably find a new support line. I want to say right around. Let me just make sure it's hitting the right spots. Obviously, we could probably find something here, but there's no point of finding something here just because it's already hitting that point. So we're just gonna make it a little bit of a stretch, and we're going to go all the way down here. It's touching a good amount of spots. So my lines sometimes are a little crooked. I try to fix that, but you know, it doesn't always work out. Yeah, I mean, I expected this price movement to be a little bit better, you know, go a little bit our way. It sure as hell felt like it. That's the thing with looking at charts and stuff, man, is that sometimes you're almost certain that it's gonna go one way just based on the previous candles and based on everything previous to it, but it completely just goes the opposite way. Like if you look up here, like we had that gap right there, so, and we had that long, like that big green candle, so it's like right there. If you're seeing that, obviously after the next candle you can probably assume a downtrend, but you know, like it's wild because you see all this bullish, powerful bullish moves, yet we still got this downtrend, you know what I mean? Obviously once we get more data on this side, then we'll be able to read this side slightly better and make more sense of it, why it's going up or down. But yeah, you know, that's just how charts are, you know. Like you can try to predict it. Obviously there's a lot of ways to use them. Actually, I posted a link to this one. I used, no, trust me, it is. I'm not the best at it. The main reason why I'm doing this to begin with, because if you've seen some of my earlier videos, I try to stay away from doing like price analysis. I try to stay away with like telling people like, oh, I think it's gonna hit this price or that price. I try to stay away from that because I don't like doing that too much, just because, you know, like it's crypto, it's charts, you know, like it can go the opposite way. Just like once you saw this, like you would think, you know. But yeah, I generally, like, people have asked me like months past, and I would be like, man, I don't like talking about prices. I don't like talking about, like, you know, stuff like that. But I think that just because of how things have turned out the previous week, it's making me look more into it, because I think it's fascinating to be together with a group of people and just like looking at the charts, you know, and seeing it pump. And obviously, you know, we'll see it dump sometimes too. But no, yeah, I'm transparent about stuff. I'm not here to make myself seem like I'm like a professional or anything like that, because I'm not. I'm very transparent, and I will be honest with you guys. Like I said, my level of it is very basic. I don't know like a whole lot when it comes to chart. I just know the very basic ideas of it. And again, I'm very transparent because I'm not here to make you think that I'm a professional or anything. The guy that I have been learning doing charts from, I don't know the guy personally, but his name is Rainer Tell or something like that. He has a bunch of subscribers on YouTube, and pretty much he's the guy that I've been going to. He's the guy that I've been going to through his videos to actually learn a little bit about this. I'm definitely still learning. I'm definitely still new to this, so don't mistake me for somebody that has a whole lot of knowledge on charting and stuff like that, because that's not me, not yet. I'm slowly keep learning and slowly reading more videos and stuff on it, and then I'll get there. Yeah, that's all I can say. I'll get there, that's for sure. But yeah, the Rayner, I might be saying that wrong. Here, I'm gonna type his name on the chat. If you guys look this guy up, he's awesome. Again, I've been learning my stuff from him. So yeah, that dude right there, the guy I just put his name out, his YouTube is pretty much talks about like reading charts and stuff like that. Obviously he does other stuff too, but his main idea is just reading charts and technical analysis and stuff like that. And I think that if you guys are trying to also learn a little bit about charting and stuff like that, he's probably a really good guy to go, just because he's pretty clear about what he says, and you can actually like apply it. You know what I mean? Like what I did as for some time is that I would grab a chart that I wanted to look at, and I would put it side by side with what he was doing, and try to find things as he was explaining it, and sometimes even before that. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, I will keep working on my charting though, that's for sure. I will keep working on that knowledge, and hopefully I can, one day I can come and like give you guys some really, really good charting videos and stuff like that. But hey, I'm open to criticism, I'm open to ideas, I'm open to comments and stuff like that. So it's like, like if you see something that I don't see, point it out, let me know. If for some reason I'm doing something wrong, let me know too. Like it's all about that transparency with me. Like I'm not going to be the one to like hide stuff. I'm not gonna be like, you get the general idea. It's just how I am. That's why like earlier, obviously it's buried in some of the chats here, but earlier I posted the my ledger link, because the one that is pinned, it has it's like my affiliate link, meaning that if you buy something from it, I'll probably get like $2 or $3. Ledger is 40% now using the Black Friday 20 code. But I pinned my, obviously, but I also left the actual link to their official website, so I told people you could do either or. You're still paying the same, obviously, just one of them helps me out, helps the channel out and stuff like that. But no, man, I mean, I definitely want to learn more about charting, because I think it's fun, and I think it's something that people love. Like, people love seeing charts. It's just it's right there. It's kind of like evidence, you know what I mean? So it's like, I definitely want to learn more, because I think that's what a lot of people like to see. And obviously, the better you are at it, the better off for everyone. Again, I'm just kind of here blabbing, rapping, talking about the chart, obviously, or mainly watching it. I also did want to talk about this right here. Ripple will still thrive even if XRP were declared a security. I just wanted to read something off of here really quickly. If XRP were deemed a security here in the United States, we have other G20 markets that have taken a different view. I'm not aware of any market globally that thinks that XRP is a security. And I mean, obviously that's amazing, because you got to think about it. We have been battling with this security stuff for so long now, or it feels like so long. So the fact that we're getting some glimpse of clarity, even if it's a security, can still do well, like that's amazing. I mean, I think I don't know. I think Ripple and XRP are doing things right. The fact that they decided to work with regulators and stuff like that told me that it was the right move, because banks and none of that is going to go away anytime soon. So the fact that they're able to see the fact that they will most likely need to work with all of these entities and stuff, it's going to be very helpful for the long run, of course. Excuse me. But yeah, if you guys want to do your own little research and learn a little bit about technical analysis and stuff like that dude is the way to go. I would post his link here, but I don't like for some reason, like well, not for some reason, since I don't have two monitors, if I exit this page right here, then you're not going to be able to see it. And obviously we're here to mainly look at it, chat, see opinions and stuff like that. Obviously I'm trying to keep it rolling. I'm trying to make it so the silent it's not too much silence here and there, you know what I mean? It's bound to happen, but I try to keep it going. I mean, I guess when you put it that way, banks would want something that's stable, because obviously if they're sending money across cross-border payments, then they want to make sure that what the person gets is what they needed to get. It's not something that, if you're sending $200,000 to another bank or whatever across globally, you want to make sure that they get that, because if they don't get exactly that, then you're probably going to be having some issues. You're going to hear from them for sure. So I mean, I personally haven't done a whole lot of research on that specific question, but it kind of feels like it does have to be somewhat stable. But you got to think about it. XRP is obviously not lately, but it's probably one of the most stable coins out there, because you got to think about it, like, it just because it has to be stable, it doesn't mean that it has to be stable at 25 cents. You know what I mean? It could be stable at $100. It could be stable at $1,000. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be stable excuse me, at low cents. I'm sure that the banks would prefer it to have more value than a couple of cents, because that way it's easier to deal with. That way you don't have to deal with like, oh, because it's at 25 cents, I got to send you like a million XRP. You know what I mean? So I think that the higher value it has, the better it is for banks, because they can hold a good amount of it and still be able to mess around, instead of having to send millions of XRP for a $200,000. Again, I haven't done the actual numbers, so these numbers may be wrong when you actually do them, but it's better for the banks, or it should be better for the banks. I won't say it is. But yeah, that's my take on that. Again, I do have to personally do more research on that specific question. But again, it just because it has to be stable doesn't mean that it has to be stable at cents. It could be stable at dollars. So I think that wouldn't scare me too much, just because what I just mentioned. So that wouldn't be too terrible in my opinion. Actually, that's better if we're able to have an XRP that is stably at, like, I don't know. Obviously, I'm going to throw random numbers out there, but like, if we're able to have an XRP that is stably staying stable at $500, like, that's awesome, because that means that, you can store your stuff there without worrying of it going down to like $50. You know what I mean? Of course, it's crypto, it's markets, it's anything is possible, but I think XRP shows that superiority when it comes to being stable. Obviously you can't say that as of lately, because it has been kind of going wild, but we are still in general staying stably around the 50, 55. So I mean, I don't think that's terrible. But no, yeah, I think that's a very valid and very good question to ask, and I think that's something that I'm going to potentially make a video or a stream or something of some sort on it as well. So hell yeah. And again, guys, I'm open to criticism. I'm open to all of these ideas. I'm looking down because I'm looking at my phone, making sure I don't miss anything that you guys are saying. I'm open to anything. If you guys decide, hey, like, let's take a short break from the stream and come back later when it's pumping better, we can do that, So it's all good. We're just here chilling, just kind of blabbing around, talking about XRP and all of that. I mean, you guys get the idea. And again, I'm not the best, obviously, at charting and stuff like that. So, but I will do more research and stuff like that and bring you guys some better charting content specifically. I mean, I was looking around at some other, what is it called? Some other people that were streaming it too, and they don't seem to do much when it comes to the chart. They just seem to put support and stuff like that. Some of them actually just leave and don't even talk. But, for me, I like to stay. I'm trying to drink and talk at the same time. For me, I'm the kind of person that, like, if I'm there while it's pumping, I don't see why I'm going to be gone when it's dumping. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here for the good and the bad. Obviously, people prefer the good, but it's life, right? Also, I did want to say, let me just do something really quickly. So I did, in case you guys are interested, again, we're kind of just going sideways a little bit, having some sideways momentum right now. But I wanted to share something with you guys, just in case you guys, this is something that you guys might like, might not like, I don't know. And again, I'm looking down because I'm doing something on my phone. I'm going back and forth between accounts. Let me see that. And you know, some people are even saying that. Some people are even going as wild as saying that XRP can go to 10K per coin. I personally haven't actually compared the two. But I feel like Cardano is going to be moving in generally. Let me see if it's even on here. I think Cardano is going to be moving in generally with the overall market. It does seem to be feel that way. I don't know if this is fake, but it sounds like. Hey, I do apologize. What do you mean specifically by that? Do you mean like this is the one you want to have before it becomes a stable coin? Or not saying that it will, but is that what you're trying to get at, pretty much? And again, I'm looking down because that's how I'm seeing you guys' comments and stuff like that. So I'm not looking down because I'm like, you know, scared or doing some weird, you know. I'm just looking down because I can see your comments. But yeah, what did you mean exactly? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. So basically, Choa, what you're saying is that if they're not following each other, then you would sell at 150 for the XRP and then get into Cardano while it's still going up. I mean, that's if it works that way, you would be solid because most likely when XRP hits $1.50, it's most likely going to see a retracement. Hell yeah, man! I'm all for it. Definitely. I will agree on that. I mean, I see things a little bit different than that though. I do believe that price action is king because you got to think about it. Like most people want to see the price action. Most people want to look at something that has some of that price action moving, specifically when it's pumping, when it's going our way, right? But to be realistically, I like price action for sure. But what I like to see also is to see what the team is doing, pretty much what they are doing to better their company, to better their software, whatever it may be, their services. You know, what are they doing to better their cryptocurrency? You know, that's what I personally like to look at because I'm personally not necessarily a day trader or anything like that. So I'm not looking for short-term gains, even though that works very well for some people. I just don't think it would work that well for me. But yeah, some people just want short gains. For me, I'm looking at this as more of a like 3 to 5 year whole time minimum. So I'm looking more at the news. I focus more on the news, not looking at. I focus more on the news, and I focus more on what the team has achieved, what milestones they're setting for themselves, and how they are tackling that. That's what I personally look at. Cardano definitely has a solid platform, so I don't think you can go wrong with Cardano. Like for me, the major coins or tokens that I personally really enjoy holding is XRP. It is Cardano, BAT, Stellar is awesome. Obviously, Stellar moves with XRP, so I mean, can't necessarily go wrong there either. Excuse me. What else? I do like Tron. I don't mess with Tron too much. I just kind of have a bag of Tron and don't even care to look at too many news for Tron and stuff like that. I do have a little bit of NPXS, which I know there's a lot of mixed and a lot of negativity towards it. But again, I have my reason why I hold that, and mainly is because I see a future use case. Right now there is no use case technically for it, but I do see it potentially being useful in the future. And again, if I'm looking down, it's just because I'm looking at my phone so I can see the comments you guys are leaving. But no, I don't think you can go wrong with Cardano, honestly. They have a solid people working with Cardano. They have a solid community, and I think that's also one of the things that is going to help cryptocurrencies out immensely. I think the community behind their cryptocurrencies are going to be one of the winning factors of how these cryptos might eventually do. Because you got to think about it. Dogecoin, like, yes, Dogecoin, the price is not like crazy, right? But Dogecoin did fairly well last bull run. If you got in at the right time and left at the right time, like, there was good money to be made. And Dogecoin doesn't necessarily, to my understanding, doesn't necessarily have any big use case like XRP and stuff like that. So it's like, but they have a solid, or to my understanding, I haven't kept up with them, but they did have a solid community backing it up. So it shows numbers. Once it killer because the technology. What technology did you are you talking about? Or you mean the website in general? Oh, it looks like we're doing some good movement here, getting something that we like to see. It is definitely, the bears definitely don't want us to hit 55 cents. Like, it just so evident they don't want us to hit 55 for some reason. Maybe when we hit 55 we just go straight to 60. But yeah, they're not letting us. They don't want to let us. I think this whole battle between the bulls and the bears that we have been seeing for the past hours is not even about breaking this top right here. It's not even about passing that resistance. I think it's more about the 55 cent price target. But yeah, man, I mean, oh yeah, I also wanted to talk to you guys. I just kind of briefly mention it. I'm not going to talk about it too much because it doesn't necessarily pertain to this. So, but I just wanted to briefly mention it. I'm just going to mention it once. So pretty much I did start a different YouTube channel, and that YouTube channel is going to be about talking about trending topics. Eventually I want to have that channel do live streams and have people conversating and debating each other's opinions and, yada, yada. So I will drop the link to that channel there. If that's something you guys might be interested in, hit it up. Obviously it's a new channel. Even though my channel here is not the greatest, that one is like far away from it. So I mean, I just wanted to share that because I want to do a channel also that I can talk about any topic. I know that's kind of broad, but I want to get I want to have like a debate channel where people are just debating and like, friendly stuff. Obviously some people might get a little iffy about stuff, but I'm gonna go ahead and leave that in the comments. Again, if that's something you guys might be interested in, I do apologize about advertising my other channel on here, but just kind of wanted to let you guys know if you guys were interested in that. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys say though? I know that you said end of year you're looking at roughly 150 mark. Anybody else have any other comments or predictions that they think on that note? Oh hell yeah, man. It's all about and again, when I'm looking down because I'm looking at my phone. Hell yeah, man. I hope we do. I hope we see good profits. I hope we all see good profits. Obviously there's going to be some people that won't see that. But it's how it is, obviously right here, just in this movement that we're seeing right here, some people have made money and some people have lost. It's how it is. But I do hope that us five, everybody here watching and everybody in the crypto community, I hope we all get what we're looking for, and I think that's going to be awesome. Like imagine 3, 4, 5 years from now, like we're all like well off because of this investments or these speculations that we're doing today. Like we're gonna look back at this and it's gonna be so awesome. I can just feel it. Obviously, again, I don't like to FOMO, so I will be honest with you, the opposite can happen. So just keep that in mind. Never forget that it could technically go to 0 too. Hell yeah, man. That's right on the money. I think we're gonna cruise for a little bit. I do think we're gonna see some sideways momentum, some sideways action. At least till we break at least past 55. I know right now the chart is not that exciting because we are battling here for that 55 mark. But hell yeah, man, I hope that we all wake up that one day and look at our accounts and that shit is just blown up. That's gonna be an awesome feeling. I just know it's gonna be awesome. The first thing we need to do as an XRP community, when XRP hits those high numbers per XRP, we gotta throw a Project X like party. You know, you have people jumping off the roof to a pool and all that. That'd be sweet. We're gonna make a movie. We're gonna make an XRP movie once this all blows up. It's funny because I'm saying all that, and at the same time it's like doing the opposite. We might wick that, but it's looking rough. I'm from Puerto Rico, but I live in the US. I think we might have some people from Indonesia and UK here. I know 2 people mentioned it earlier. I believe it was... Wait. You know, I won't even comment on that. But yeah, I'm Puerto Rico and US. How about you guys? Excuse me. So yeah, we are looking like we're having a little bit of a rough time here. Also, what do you guys think about I wanted to ask, what do you guys think about these streams? Obviously, as I get better with doing charts and stuff like that, I'll be able to provide better charting content. As far as to live streaming goes, like, do you guys feel like this is better than just making a video and posting it? Or, you know, the reason I like this personally is because we have the chance to engage and interact in real time. So that's why I personally do this, or started doing this. I'm actually very new to when it comes to streaming. I still don't know how the hell I can play music and do this at the same time. I'm trying to figure that out without having to play it on like my phone or something, you know. But we'll definitely get better. We'll definitely get more better at charting. And oh hell yeah, man! If you can help, that would be awesome. Yeah, I don't know how to do all that. Like, I just started like streaming and stuff, so it's like I was trying to figure out how to put like just like mellow tunes, you know, like not necessarily words, but just mellow tunes to kind of play. Like I said, I am OBS. Yeah, I am. Let me see. I'm yeah, I'm using OBS. I don't see how I can send you a PM on here. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I don't see how I don't see how it's not really giving me an option to be able to PM you. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. Oh no, yeah, man, I like this too because, like I said, you get to interact and stuff like that, and I love how some of you, like, you know, have been here for like good amount of like time. By that I mean like in, you know, the previous like half hour or so. So hell yeah, man, I do want to take the time to say I appreciate you guys and thank you all for so much for like tuning in, you know, and for chiming in too. I think that's amazing. You know, it's 4 or 5 people constantly watching. That's That's success. That's success. That feels successful to me personally. But yeah, Methics. I might be saying that wrong, and I apologize. But yeah, I don't see how I can PM you. I've actually never PM'd anyone on YouTube. I was like, what the hell? What the hell am I on? Yeah, I have actually never done it on YouTube, so I don't know how to actually send you that. Like when I click on it, it just says like, remove, put user in timeout, replace, spin message, stuff like that. Let me see. I'm messing with it on my phone at the same time. See what I can find out. And yeah, by the way, I will be changing my 5-year end of year. I'm gonna make it 150 to 5 end of year. I think that's a more realistic range. Well, what I am going to do, I'm probably, holy cow, look at that candle. Like, I'm just over here talking, not looking at the chart, and then I look up and look at that massive, oh, holy. Let's see what happens. I mean, that's prime. That's prime to hit this right here. Obviously, we might get a little bit of a pullback, but we'll see. That's definitely prime to hit. I'm gonna delete this right here, and we're just gonna focus on this right here. I'm telling you, we're gonna go to 55. We're most likely gonna see 55 today. I'm not saying it's set in stone, but man, that's what I love about looking at charts, man. Like, you just see these pumps, like, it's crazy. Now we just got to see what is going to happen here, but it's primed to pass this right here, this line that I drew earlier. I feel like there's almost no way it's not going to. Like, not after a move like that. Hell, this might take us straight to 55. I'm just waiting for it to say 55 right here. Yeah, I think it's happening. It's not finishing right there. There's no way. That momentum was too wild for it to pull back like right away. Maybe I spoke too soon. I'm intentionally watching this, so I apologize. Oh, fuck. Yeah, look at that. All right, so I think we're hitting that 55. We are going for it. We're going to have to see what happens here. Watch this just take us all the way to like 70 cents or like 65 over. Like, there's no way we're not hitting 55 like within the next couple of minutes. There's just no way. And we obviously all see this coming. Like, there's just no way. Although I'm kind of scared though, because once we hit 50, there we go. Now, the thing is that it's kind of scary here, though, because once it hits 55, you're probably going to expect some heavy resistance. I mean, we're already seeing it. But with that move up, I feel like we might blow past 55. Well, we hit 55 for the day. So, I mean, that's an accomplishment. Now, can we end above 55? I think we will. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was expecting hitting like 40 something, 47 before seeing anything like this. Now that one candle is a little bit concerning, but we just have to see how this one reacts. And again, we are seeing that heavy resistance that we talked about at 55. Obviously, it hit 55 and it automatically just, nope, it's not happening, right? Or at least that's what the bears are saying. But we have been trying to break out of 55 here. Technically, all of this that you see here, even though it's not 55 on itself, I think all of this has just happened because of 55. So we're trying to push up, but it's just they're not wanting us to, you know. But I do think we're about to. We'll see. Oh, that jump up is sweet. If we can actually hold that and actually go past that 55 mark, we're solid. We can definitely expect a good retracement. Not a good retracement, but a retracement from here on out. Come on, baby, just wick. We're going to see a big wick right here. Watch this. Yeah, that 55 resistance really hit us. But this could just turn straight into wick. It can reverse super fast. That is wild too. All right, so see that right there scares me a little bit. We might be just pulling back for a bit. Yeah, the doji right there is the scary part, but you know, it doesn't always hold to be true. Excuse me. We are pumping. Oh, it's just gonna straight up reverse, just like that. That 55, I'm telling you, we gotta break past that 55 in the next 2-3 candles. I'm hoping we break past it with this candle, but holy cow, it opened. The next one started open at 55. All right, so we're golden for a little bit here if we can actually break this resistance and get past it, because then right after that we can expect it to most likely turn itself into a support line, which is going to be quite sweet from that point on. It can also pop back, as some people might be wanting to take some type of profit. I mean, I wouldn't be taking profits here, but who knows? People have their reasons. Hell yeah, that's looking good. I want to see 5125. 55125. Yeah, I mean, we obviously expected heavy resistance. That's why I had drawn the line there to begin with. So this resistance expected. Now, how hard are the bears actually going to hit us? That's the question there. Where's my... I mean, that was exciting to me, honestly. Damn, they didn't have anything. I don't think this red is gonna last too long. I feel like we're blowing past 55. Oh yeah, no, trust me. If, like I was mentioning earlier, if you look at BTC chart, they're almost identical. Like, it's very identical. Like the whole crypto is pretty much following. You see ETH right here, The LTC is probably the same thing. Like the whole crypto market is pretty much moving together, and that's kind of why I wasn't too scared when XRP started correcting itself. One, because that is healthy, and two, because the whole market was doing the same thing. You know, if the whole market was still continuing to go up and XRP was the only one going down, then there you might be a little bit more worried. But no, yeah, definitely the whole market is essentially moving together right now. If we go to BTC, we're probably going to see a big red candle, not as big, but I mean it's there. Same with this one, same with this one. And I don't know why that has a little red mark. Is it because I liked it? Maybe I put this. Oh, okay. I don't have all that yet, but no, yeah, they definitely moved together. Honestly, with the move that all of them made, I don't see how we're not going to go up further. Yeah, man, I'm just kind of watching this because I want to see what happens, because I think 55 is a slightly crucial point to beat first. I think 55 is that resistance that we have to break first before we want to expect more. Yeah, like I said, I am expecting it to hit 47, 46. I'm not saying it will happen, but I do see it hitting that before. But then again, one of you commented on in the live chat, excuse me, and you mentioned how you believe that we already hit the low of the low, and I mean you might be absolutely right, because we did dip pretty low. I think this might have been the lowest point. Like, I think we hit 50 at some point, or 46. We hit 50 there. 46. We hit 46 right around here. So you might be right. It might have just hit 46 once, and never again. Well, I wouldn't say never, but most likely, depending on how everything goes. I will be right back. It's gonna probably take me literally like a minute. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a little bit more coffee. Get hype if we see 55. If we actually pass 55 decently, you're like, we should be good. Should be golden. I'm gonna throw a 55 in the chat. 55 in the chat, just for that positive vibe. But I'll be right back. Again, I don't see us going down. I think we're most likely going to go up. If anything, if we go down, we'll probably go down like around there. But anyways, I will be right back. It's literally going to take me probably like 2 minutes or so, and we will get back to this amazing little pump that we are seeing, that hopefully takes us past 55 and it takes us to 60. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. I've been drinking this, like, I think like my this is gonna be like my 6th, 7th cup, honestly. Just been drinking hella coffee, dude. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, back in here. All right, so it looks like we're staying. We're gonna blast past 55. Um, at this point, obviously, we're looking at 0.585. Uh, that's what I'm eyeing at the moment. We just have to go above 55 enough that we can. I mean, technically, we can turn it into support already, and I feel like most likely it might be. That probably will just wick past that 55 mark. And it did. We just have to hold that. Let's see how BTC is going. Very similar, like you mentioned. Definitely, they're definitely, the whole market is going together. What the hell is this? Oh, EOS. Holy crap! Completely forgot about EOS. Yeah, it's moving together like dead on. Like the charts look so identical. Anyways, I'll stop switching back and forth. That might be a little bothersome. But yeah, I mean, we're looking good. We are looking good. I mean, we did sadly close that below the 55. So that's a little unsettling, but I don't think it means too much for the overall trend. We might be continuing where we essentially left off before it went back down to correct itself. And that's what it's looking like, honestly. It looks like we might be picking back up where we left off. And guys, I do want to take the time to say I appreciate you all. Thank you all for so much for tuning in and for interacting, just talking back and forth in the chat. I think that's amazing. But let's see what happens here. I think we're passing it right now. We are doing something good, right? We're doing something good. It's alive. That's what I like to see. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone. And anytime I'm looking down, it's not because I'm ignoring what I'm doing. It's because I got you guys here on my phone. That way I can see what you guys are saying, because I don't have dual monitors, so I gotta do it this way. I gotta adapt, So obviously we're having some trouble here. Again, it was expected. It was expected that we were gonna have the resistance, and that's why we have had that line right there that we drew at around the 55 mark, because we expected it to be resistant. So we are seeing some of that resistance. The good thing is that we're staying above it. So we will see, though. We will see, because we can expect lowers for sure. And if just saying, it's 4 of you guys here. If you guys are new to the channel, if you haven't already, or if you don't plan on doing it, it's okay. No hard feelings. But if you like what I'm doing, definitely hit that subscribe button. I am going to get better at charting. I promise you. I will get better at it, and I will bring more quality content that has to do with charts, because I think you guys do enjoy the charts and just the overall streaming idea. So I will definitely be working on that. Here we're looking like we're having a little bit of a tough time actually passing 55. And I mean, the way I see it a little bit different. Obviously, we already passed 55, but we're still in the 55 range. So regardless if we did pass 55, to me, in my eyes, we're still technically at 55, because that's essentially why we're battling here. That's essentially why the bears and bulls are battling. They're battling for that 55. Essentially, they're battling for that 55-cent mark. So that's pretty much what we are doing here. Again, we were already expecting that resistance. Again, that's why that line was there. So, but we'll see where it takes us. We'll see where it goes. See what happens from here. I think it's looking good. I honestly do think that we might hit that 60 before for the end of the day, at the end of my day, because again, if you guys are somewhere else, the time might be different. For me, it's 3:26 p.m. So I'm going based off the end of my day, my personal day. Yeah, not the end of how they calculate here. I'm just going based off my personal day. But it's definitely not an easy battle, as you can see. They're definitely not gonna give it to us easy. They're making us fight for it pretty much. But this is actually good because honestly, when we're having these battles, we're like bulls and bears. I think it's good because as we come out on top, that just shows how strong the bulls are at the moment. For example, here we're below 55, but we're technically battling for that 55 mark. That's essentially what's going on here. So if we're able to beat this 55, then that shows us that the bulls are more in control. And overall, I do think that they are more in control. Excuse me. Keep burping, sorry. I'm drinking like this sparkling water thing, so it's like it makes me, you get the idea. But yeah, like we're basically battling that 55 mark. I do think that we are going to pass it here probably within the next 30 minutes or so. And yeah, I think from there our next target is going to be like 58.5, something like that, and then we're looking at 60. The reason I'm not saying 60 right away is because I'm pretty sure we're going to have some type of resistance around 58, 59. So that's why I'm not saying 60. So I'm just looking at a couple of things here on the page. It's wild. Like, look at this. Like, look at the 52-week range. Like, 52 weeks ago, essentially, you were able to get XRP at 14.145 cents. Like, that was only 52 weeks ago. Obviously, that's quite some time, but not that long, So that's wild to think about. You could have picked it up for 14, and I'm sure some of you might have. Somebody did. Some people did. It's just amazing. This is what we're eyeing. We're gonna be eyeing that 78 very, very soon. And by soon, I don't mean in the next couple of minutes, but a couple of days, perhaps. We are going to be looking at that $78. I wish we were at $54 right now. We were battling to get past 55. Now, what I meant to say is that we're going to be looking at that 78-cent mark here within the next week or so, most likely. And yeah, I think it's just going to continue from there. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like, you have been great too, man. You've been here conversating with us, talking with us and all that. So I think that's amazing. Definitely look forward to seeing you in the future streams and stuff like that. Good peoples, man. I think it's awesome. Good vibes and all that. Thank you so much for tuning in. And man, like somebody said earlier though, we might not actually hit the 46, 47. But I do think that it's quite likely that we will, but either way, if we don't see that mark again, that entry level that you're looking for, you'll still be able to enter and most likely still profit anyway. So either way, it'll be good. But I do hope that we do hit that 46, 47 because I'm going to be in it. I'm going to get more in there and for you as well. But yeah, man, thank you so much for tuning in for sure. What we might do here is we're going to see how this plays out probably for the next 30 minutes. And then we're probably going to take like an hour to 2 hour or so break. I'll end the stream and then we can re-link up later. I would keep it running all the time. The only thing is that I sadly don't have two monitors. So it sucks. but I'm working on bettering my PC setup. I mean, it's already good for gaming and streaming and stuff like that, but or decent-ish, you know. But I want to work on getting dual monitors because that's gonna make things so much easier. Hell yeah, brother! Thank you so much again. Trust me, you're awesome, dude. We are really battling this 55 mark, aren't we? Like, bears, just go away. Let us have it. Actually, it's better that they don't because it shows our dominance. Oh, here we go. Let's see how. I'm going to jump back and forth a little bit between this and BTC because I want to see how they're doing too. Not terrible, not terrible. Damn, they're really giving us a battle just for 55. That's wild. But yeah, guys, I'm probably gonna end it here shortly. I just want to see it blast off past 55. And obviously it's past 55 right now, but I want to make sure that we're for the most part good on 55 plus. Like, even though we're above 55 right now, we're technically still battling that 55 mark, that 55 resistance, in a way, technically, you know. Let me see something here. Come on, XRP. We don't need much. We just need you to hit like 55.2, 55.5. And then we can take a short break. Man, just gets a little like stiff just sitting here. That's why I had to take the walk earlier. So honestly, I'm gonna see how it reacts here, probably in the next 20 minutes or so. I am expecting for us to hit 55.3, 55.2 ish. I think then we can talk about this becoming the new support instead of resistance. Right now we're straight up heavy resistance right here, 55. Again, we are a little bit past 55 mark, but we're technically still battling that stage. We're still battling that 55 resistance per se. So we're trying to see if we can break it out. Obviously, BTC is looking quite awesome too. I mean, the market is moving together. BTC is looking beautiful. XRP is looking beautiful too. A little bit more volatility it appears at the moment, but it's not that drastic either. But yeah, we're pretty much battling that 55 cent mark. The bears really don't want us to have it. I don't know why. They're just bears, you know. That's what they do. But I think we'll triumph over that 55 mark. Again, thank you all for tuning in, man. So grateful that you guys are here, able to share this with you guys, this moment, this savory moment of finally going up. You know, like, we've been holding this for too long, you know. Well, not too long, but you get the idea. We're finally there, you know. We're finally at the beginning of the good times in crypto, you know. No more like, well, excuse me. You know, we're finally at that time in crypto where like we can wake up and be excited about looking at the charts, you know, looking at what it is. You know, like you go to sleep and you're like, oh, okay, shit, I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna be like 10 cents more, 20 cents more. You know what I mean? Like we're at that exciting stage of crypto, and I think that's amazing because I think we all deserve it. I think, and again, I'm looking down because that's how I see my chat to make sure that you guys are not saying anything, and if you are, so I can respond. But yeah, we're at that time in crypto where it's finally doing something. It's finally alive. You know, we're finally seeing gains. We're finally profiting. So it's just amazing to be able to stream part of this and actually do it like with you guys. You know, like I'm pretty sure that all of you were in XRP before this, so it's like, you know, like we're all profiting right now. We have that cushion that, like, if for some reason it drops several cents, you know, 10-20 cents, we still have that cushion that we're still in the green, you know. So I think it's amazing, you know, like I do want us to see blow this 55 out of the park. I do want to see that happening before we decide what to do, if we're going to continue with the stream or end it for a little bit. But I do want to see what happens here. Obviously, we're still battling that 55 mark. That's definitely evident. But I think we're holding pretty good in general, because you got to think about it, like the bears have been trying, like they have been trying, and I think it looks like they're trying pretty hard. I guess not pretty hard, but you get the idea. They're definitely trying to not let us have that 55 support. It seems like they want to keep it a resistance. We're like at that awkward stage, like, is it a support, is it resistance, what the hell is going on? Obviously the longer we stay up, the more it's looking like a support, or support than a resistance, but we're still not off. We're not off the hook yet, you know. We're still biting the bait, you know. I don't even know if I said that right, but what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, we're still holding on. Again, I'm just gonna see how this happens, what goes on here, because I think we're finally gonna get out of it. I think my battery died. Yep, it did. I forgot where I put my charger though. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Let me just put this to charge. Oh snap! Look at that. All right. So it looks like we are about to make 55, the new support level. So I'm trying to put my thing to charge while I'm talking at the same time. I keep losing things. I just had something right there, and it's right behind my phone. Sorry. There we go. I'm kind of everywhere today, or always. Not even just today. So we are seeing some good signs of this. Okay, come on. Don't do that to us, bear. Just give it to us. Yo, the bears need to go to sleep. Go hibernate, bears. Go gather up food. Go hibernate. Go away. Alright, let's say this pumps to like $96 right now. What are you doing? Are you taking? Are you going out? I definitely would be selling like 20 to 50% of my shit. By the way, if me cursing in any way offends you or anything like that, just let me know and I can cut back on it. I normally curse more than this, but I'm trying to keep it less for the stream, obviously. But yeah, if that's something you guys don't like, just let me know and we'll fix that for sure. That didn't work out. All right, so let's go XRP. Let's go 55.6, 55.6. It looks like we're gonna be eyeing the 58 mark very, very soon. The bears are still trying. They're not giving up. They're not giving up. but it is starting to feel like we're continuing that bullish momentum that we left off a couple days ago for this bearish run correction pretty much. So it looks like we are finally continuing moving forward after a correction. I do still think that 47 cents is not out of the question just yet, but it does look like it's getting further away from it, that's for sure. Where's my cup? Again, usually if I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at my phone so I can see if you guys say anything. I don't like to miss stuff when you guys say stuff. Okay, think XRP is going to dip again. Okay, so this is my take on it. I think that there is still a big possibility that we can see the 50 cents, 46-ish cents again. Of course, depending on how today goes, where we end today, then that's going to be less likely or more likely. As it stands right now, we're still not off the hook from seeing anything slightly below 50. We're technically not off the hook just yet. I do think that there's going to be a hell of a support at 50. I think if for some reason it breaks below 50, I think there's going to be another heavy support around 46. I mean, we saw it when it hit 46 not too long ago. There was a massive support there. So it's like if it's going to go low, it's going to go to around the 47 cents. Oh hell yeah, man. Like if it goes to 46, I'm definitely going to be grabbing more myself. Somebody did mention in here before though, you were probably not present when the person mentioned it, but they were saying that in their opinions, they don't see this going back down to 46. They think that it already hit the lowest point it's going to hit, and they just see it going up from here. I do think that that's a very strong possibility, but we're still not off the hook when it comes to seeing like the high 40 cents again. We're still around that area where it could still happen. Other than that, I'm eyeing anywhere between a low of 46, 47 to a high of like 60, 65. That's what I'm seeing this week, potentially. Again, don't take this as something that is going to happen and stuff like that, but that's just the way it feels like it's going that way. Of course, never trade with emotions, even though I just said it feels that way. So if we were for some reason to see a 30-cent XRP again, I think at that point I think it's tough to say, but if we just did all of this, if we just did 136%, 160% in a week, and we're pumping up like we are right now, for it to go to 30 cents, that's rough. That's very rough. And I mean, it's not unrealistic. It can happen, but the reason why I say it's rough is because that means that we would have broken down so many strong support levels that will come prior to that 30 cent. And if we're able to, I say if we go below 40 cents, we can probably be seeing like the 25s, 26, 27 cents again, if that's the case. Because you got to think about it, there's going to be some pretty strong support levels on the way down to 30. So if it actually hits that, it means that it broke past those like butter. But I don't think that we're going to see 30 cents anytime soon, let alone 30 cents exactly. I don't think that's going to be the case. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, you gotta let me know, because sometimes I just run with it. Sometimes somebody have asked me stuff before on here, and then I just like take their question, and it can be a simple yes or no or like simple answer question, but I just run with it and keep going. But no, yeah, I'm glad that did. But I don't see it again. I don't see it. If you're expecting to see 30 cents so you can get back in it, I don't see that happening anytime too soon. It can happen in general, but I don't see it happening too soon. I mean, we are lifting off. Like I think our next big target is going to be between 55 59.5 or 59.5. I think that's going to be the next heavy resistance. I don't see too much trouble from here on out on us hitting 58, 57, 58 mark. I think it'll be quite smooth the ride up to that point. But I think, yeah, once we hit that 58 something, 59 something, we might hit some heavy resistance again, which might even bring us back down to the 56, 55 range. Again, this is all short term. In the long term, I think we all have a strong opinion about XRP doing quite well. But again, if you ask me, I don't think it's going to fiddle around too much around this range. I think the next couple of candles will, I won't say will, but I feel like we're gonna break to 58, 59 like butter very soon here. I just don't see, I mean, obviously if I pull the chart backwards and I try to look for it, I probably will find something, but I just don't see anything too significant around that range. So obviously we're technically still battling the 55 mark. Technically we can at this point we can pretty much say it's going to be the new support level. So we can probably get rid of this if I can click on it. Well, it's actually not letting me get rid of it, but anyways, who cares? Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell is it? We can pretty much assume at this point that we're going to have a 55 is going to be the new support. Again, I do. Okay, sorry. How do you find out about XRP? Alright, sorry. Again, if I'm looking down, it's because I have my phone down there. I don't have dual screen, so I use my phone to actually see what you guys are saying. So that's why I look down. I found out about XRP because back, I think around early 2017 or something like that, I started to get more into cryptocurrencies, and one of the ones that called my attention was XRP, because once I read what XRP was about and what they were trying to do. By the way, somebody's cutting the grass in the back, so if you hear that, let me know and I can close the window. But yeah, I saw XRP, I saw what they were doing, and I automatically liked the idea, because the way I saw it is like, yes, we love Bitcoin and stuff like that, but it's like this is trying to work with the banks, and I think, and with the banks, it's trying to work with regulators and do all that. So I think they're taking all the right steps to be successful down the line, because none of that is going to go away anytime soon. So the fact that they're actually working with them or are trying to work with them, it means a lot, and it shows numbers. And that's personally why I got into XRP and why I believe in it. Obviously there's more reasons than that, but I guess, again, see, I did it again. Like, you asked me a simple question and I kind of just like stretched it out. But yeah, pretty much that was just it. I just started getting more into crypto and looking up other options. If I'm going to be realistic with you, one of the main things I liked first about XRP, because you got to think about it, when I first started to get into crypto, I was very noob, so the fact that XRP was so low in price compared to BTC, like, I like that. As I did more research and saw what XRP was about, it really caught my attention even more. I still believe in Bitcoin. I still support Bitcoin. I don't hate any coin. Obviously if it's a scam coin, that's different. But like, in general, as BTC, as XRP does well, the general market goes up. And I mean, we can see that today. Like, these charts are so darn similar. Like, everything's pumping, we're doing good. Now we're getting some draw. Again, if you guys can hear the lawn mowing in the back, just let me know. I have the window open, but if I close it, you probably won't hear it. I may just close it anyways. It's a little loud. Yeah, like, that's just the way I see it. Like, XRP, like, they're doing the right steps, they're taking the right steps, working with regulators, trying to work with banks, all that. That's the right thing to do, in my opinion. Just because they're not going away anytime soon, and we just have to be realistic. It's just like, I don't see the US dollar going away anytime soon either. So like, I don't see fiat money, I don't see it going away anytime soon. So I think that the fact that the fact that XRP and Ripple are implementing and working with an existing system to make it even better, just gives them the edge, just gives them that advantage. Oh damn. And again, For all of you those tuning in just now, welcome to the channel. If you see me looking down, it's because I have my phone and that's what I'm using to see what you guys are saying. Now, Jose, hold on a second. Did you just sell yours right now? Like, did you just like hit sell like while we were talking and stuff? I mean, I hope you didn't just sell it like right now, because you know it's looking good right now. I'm not. Oh, yesterday. Oh, damn. Did you get back in, or you're waiting for 46, right? And I mean, like I said, 46 is still 40. It hitting 46 cents is still not out of the question. No, trust me, man. I did the same mistake. I mean, once it went up to like 65, 60 something cents, I sold because I saw that I knew I didn't know, but I had a feeling that it was going to go down. And what happened is that once it started to go back up, I decided to buy some more. And you know, so I kept it, and then I was like, oh, it's going to do the same shit again. So what I did is I went ahead and sold it. And I kid you, no, I bought into it, and I kid you not, as soon as I bought into it, like 30 seconds later, it went down by like 10% or something like that. I was a little sad. Oh damn. So you're not in a position currently, right? Or you are? Yeah, I mean that's gonna be tough because if you're not in a position right now, yeah, damn, dude, that's tough. I mean, yeah, that's tough. Hold on, let me read what somebody else said, and then I'm gonna get right to that. Oh, you mean like when it pumped on Coinbase at like 90 cents? Yeah, I mean, see, I don't like telling people, like, I'm not the kind of person that likes telling people, oh, you should buy now, you should do this, do that, because I don't know. Like, I don't want to tell you to do something and then it turns out that it's the opposite. Like, I would feel bad, I would feel terrible. So I don't know, but I mean, we are getting some of that resistance right here. I do still see 46 cents or even 50 cents a possibility. It's still not out of the question. So you might be able to pick up at a lower price, but at the same time, like the trend is, it feels like it's starting back up where it left off. You know how like we had that big pump a week ago or so, and then it started to correct itself. It feels like we're picking back up. It feels like we're headed up again, and I think we're very shortly. I'm not saying today. I'm not saying in the next hour or anything, but I think very shortly we're going to see that 78 cents and potentially even pass it. Now, again, I do see the 50 cents still a possibility. There's still a good chance that we might hit that. But you just got to be careful, man. I mean, trust me, I've done similar stuff. It happens. Sometimes you see it going down and you want to sell because you want to pick back up at a lower rate. I mean, me myself, I messed myself up not like a couple days ago because I sold at a point where I was trying to pick up at a lower point. And what I ended up doing is that I picked up more, but I ended up getting less XRP because I just butchered it. I did it all wrong, you know. So I ended up getting less XRP. So pretty much, even though I'm at profit currently right now, I'm still technically missing about $400 to $500 US dollars in profit because of doing that. So again, even though I'm at profit, I'm still technically missing $500 in profit because I decided to sell and butchered it, and then got back in at the wrong time, and I lost about, I think, over 400 or something like that XRP extra that I could have had I not been messing around with it. So yeah, man, it does happen. Trust me. Especially when you see some, like for example, if we see this pumping this hard, and for some reason we see a red candle that goes all the way down here to 54.549, like a lot of our instincts are going to be like, holy cow, we gotta sell. You know, we gotta sell. It's gonna go lower in, and that's kind of the thing. That's why I kind of mentioned like it's hard to not do this, but it's something that we must learn to not do, and that is trade with emotions. Because I'm I'm guilty of that. I've traded with emotions a lot, and I've gotten wrecked a lot because of that. The best advice I could potentially give somebody on that topic is that if you pick a price range, obviously as long as it's not outrageous, right? If you're trying to get back into XRP and you want to, you're gonna hold out, you're not gonna get in, you're gonna wait till it hits 20 cents when it's pumping like this, then obviously that's a little bit more unreal. It can happen, but it's a little bit more unrealistic. But what I'm trying to get at is, like, let's say you decide, you tell yourself, hey, I'm gonna pick back up when it hits 55 exactly, right? The chances of this retracing back to 55 is extremely likely. So it's most likely going to happen, and you would be able to get into that position right there. Of course, it can also not happen, but it's very likely. Like, you're technically right there in the money, essentially. So that's another way, another good thing to look at. And I'm faulty of that too. I'm guilty of that. Like, I tell myself, I'm gonna wait till it hits this amount, and it's almost like it's almost like your intuition kicks in, and it's gonna do that, but you're obviously not, at the same time, you're not 100% sure, because we all have doubts and stuff like that. And it's happened to me so many times where, like, I put a buy at, like, let's say, like 10 cents under the price, whatever it may be, and then I see it pumping up, so then I'll jump in it, and then it turns out that had I waited several hours, it would have hit where I wanted to buy to begin with. So as long as your price range, your price target is not super unrealistic, you will most likely be able to get back in. At the moment, 46 cents, 50 cents is not super unrealistic. So there is a good chance that you will see that range again and be able to get back in on that range. Again, we might not see it for a little bit, but it's really likely that it will hit that 55 to 46 cents again. Again, do not make any financial decisions based on me saying that, because the markets don't care for what we think. The markets don't care how we feel. The markets will do what the market does, and sometimes you expect something and completely the opposite things happen, but I do hope that you're able to get back in, man, before anything major happens. Obviously, if you see it, man, I know Oh, hell yeah, man. I've been, I do have to take a restroom break, but when I'm back, I will. I want to talk more about that, because it's like the silliest thing ever that I personally messed up on. I had the ability to have better gains had I just done this, but just hold up. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna get to you guys with that story. All right, I am back. Um, I do see some other comments as well. I do want to finish that little story I was gonna mention to you. Let me just read everybody else. I only got in September. Now I'm wishing I bought more back. September prices, still buying those dips. Hell yeah, that's the spirit, And I think you see the value in it, So it's like, obviously, you don't, even though you wish you picked up more at a certain specific price, you still see the value and you still see the potential gain. So, buying those dips will probably turn out to be similar as to if you had just put more not exactly obviously, but as to if you have put more money earlier. Now as far as Adam, like you were saying, I've been in it, and this is kind of like a bitter sweet story. I think more bitter than sweet, but I've been in it before XRP hit its all-time high. Like I was in XRP when it was like 20 cents before it ever hit the all-time high. I got into it and I completely ignored the crypto market, and that was back 2017, like early 2017, late 2016, whatever. And I got into it and I completely stopped watching the market. I don't know why the hell I did that, but I just told myself, because I told myself, I see the potential future potential in this, so I'm just gonna keep it in my wallet and keep it for the long haul, right? Well, it turns out that because of that way of thinking, I wasn't looking at the markets and stuff like that. So when I looked at the markets again, XRP was below $1, and it had already hit $3.80. So pretty much I bought at 20 cents before all-time high. It went to all-time high. I didn't see it. I don't know why. Like, trust me, it kills me to this day. I didn't see it, so I just completely let it go all the way back down. Like, all that profit just wasted. I know, like, trust me, I don't know, because I mean, my mindset was like, okay, I see what XRP is doing. I believe in their future potential. I don't think it's going to happen within a year or anything. So that was my mentality, But we also got to think about the last bull run was pretty much all speculation. It was all hype, So I wasn't expecting that. I should have kept my eye on it, though. That's for sure. Because right now I could have been sitting on all those profits, plus would have rebought back down, I did hodl too much. That's straight up what happened. Yeah, there's definitely going to be another dip. I see it incoming too. Like I was mentioning earlier, I do think that we might see that close to 50 cents, if not even 46-cent range before we pop back up. So I do see another dip. And yeah, man, I hodled way too long. Like I hibernated on XRP pretty much. Like I was the bear, like that's crazy. Well, I wasn't the bear because I wasn't selling, but yeah. I was sad though when I saw those charts. I was like, you mean to tell me that I could have exited the market with like several thousands of like profit, and I'm looking back at it when I lost all those profits? That was crazy, man. I hope you guys don't have any stories like that. If you do and you want to share the story, man, just pop it in the chat though. But it's crazy, man. I was a little heartbroken. Not gonna lie. Hell yeah, man. No, I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled, man. Like, I'm gonna, like, there was a point where I would check it every day. I would check the chart every day, but it's like, I just said, like, I see this being as like a 3 to 5 year hold minimum. So I'm just not gonna worry about it. And sure enough, it happened that way. It's like the saying goes, like when you least expect it, man. Like when you least expect it, shit just blows up and it just happens, But we do have 14 people in the stream, so I want to say thank you all for even tuning in, giving me the chance to just communicate with you guys, and I'll appreciate each and one of you, and thank you so much. And if you see me looking down, is because I have my phone open, and that's pretty much how I am personally seeing what you guys are saying, because I don't have a dual monitor, so that's the way I have to resort to doing it. But yeah, definitely this bull run, we're definitely not going to miss out on these gains. Definitely not. I think this bull run, we're going to see some good numbers. I think we might see double-digit XRPs this bull run. If it continues the same way it's going, you know what I mean? I think we might see double digits. Funnily enough, it might hit that $14. We have 14 viewers. That's probably the magic number right there. But what do you guys think? You guys have any exit strategies? Any points where you guys might be looking to exit potentially? I know Thea's it's a 6, so I don't know what to make out of the 6, but I'm assuming Thea's she seems to be buying the dip. I'm sure a lot of you guys are doing very similar. Malkim, he's looking like he's waiting for another dip as well. And again, I'm looking down because I'm seeing the chat since I have to view it on my phone. So I haven't put anything new on the chart. I have been deleting a lot of it just because as the price moves, I keep putting like new like little stops, little supports and little resistance. Right now we have this line right here. This line is I didn't actually add that on there. I believe that's just the RSI 14-day. So we're actually not looking at that. I could probably delete that. I'm personally not messing with that at all. It's just kind of there. So that's what that is. On top of that, I do have this support line. I do think that we can potentially dip back down to like the 54.9 range. Again, besides that, I don't have too much. I'm just kind of like conversating with you guys as you guys are commenting. I think the chart in general it's kind of self-explanatory for the most part. I will be doing more charting next time. What I'll try to do is I'll try to have a chart ready for you guys and then have the live chart as well. Let me just, and that's crazy, dude. Like if he really did get paid in BTC and then forgot his wallet, that's wild, because back in 2013 he was probably getting paid like whole BTCs if he was getting paid in it, of course, you know. So that's probably pretty wild right there. I'm sure you guys heard of the famous story of the guy that bought pizzas with BTC and he paid several BTCs for the pizza. I mean, that's wild. I would hope that that guy still had some BTC for when it actually pumped all the way up. But it's crazy. It's wild hearing those stories. Now, my expectations before the end of this year, I will agree with you guys. I haven't changed the title, but I've been meaning to change the title of the stream. I think $5 might be a bit of a stretch. I'm thinking more realistically, we're going to see the $1.50, $1.50 range, $1.50 to a $2 range. I think that's more realistic. I do think that $5 is theoretically possible based on how everything has been going, but I do think that that's a little bit of a stretch. So more realistically, I think we will probably be looking at $1.50 to $2 range by the end of the year. If you know, it's a big if because it's still not 100% certain, but I do think that we're looking at something like that, and I think it's going to be positive in general. I don't see us ending the year. And again, this is not just because I'm saying this doesn't mean it's a fact. It's going to happen, but I don't see us ending the year below $1. I don't see how that, specifically with everything that's been going on, I don't see that happening. I think that we can definitely end the year above $1. I'm thinking the $1.50, $2. Yeah, that is true too. I was also I think I don't know if you joined in time to like hear what I was saying or not, but I was pretty much also mentioning that I do see us hitting. I see the possibility of us hitting that 46-ish cent mark. I do think that. I think, of course, you're talking in sats. Okay, I see. For some reason, I read it as 30 and 40 cents, so I do apologize in advance. Yeah, so I mean, I think, like somebody mentioned earlier, some people believe that we already saw the lowest of the low as far as to this correction goes. Sorry. So I do think, based on their comments, they think that we're just going to continue nudging ourselves upwards from here. But sorry, I just so anyways, I don't see us. I mean, sorry, I kind of jumped all over the place. So yeah, he was pretty much saying how he doesn't see us going back down to lower ranges. He thinks that we already saw the end of the correction. I don't think we 100% have seen the end of the correction. I do think that 50 to 46 cent range is very, very likely. We're still not off of that hook yet. he could have been right. He could have been right with his, we'll won't see this 46 again. So I'm not saying that he was wrong or anything, because it's still a valid prediction. It's still a valid opinion, essentially, you know. So yeah, I mean, I think we might see lower. We might dip low below 50 for a little bit there, but I don't think it'll be for long. Because it is starting to feel like the overall market is trying to pick back off where it left off. You know, like we were pumping, and then pretty much what happened, we started having this correction. We dipped pretty low, and so I feel like the market is trying to pick back up where it actually left off. So with that being said, what that person commented, saying that we might already hit the low of our correction, it could be true. No, yeah. And I mean, you are right too. You know, like generally when we have big resistance and support, so you know, you normally would expect some type of retest to those levels. Um, I don't know if this is something that I see or just something that I'm hoping. I am hoping we don't see the 30s for some time now. It is still a possibility, like you said. That 33 resistance comment is actually dead on. No, I mean, you are right. It could be. It could very well be. And guys, some of you obviously haven't been here from hearing me say all of this, but so I'm going to. Some of you might hear me repeat myself here, so I do apologize in advance. But like I've told some of you guys already that have been chilling with me here for like the past 30 minutes, the past hour or so, is that I'm not the kind of person that's going to FOMO stuff. I'm not going to FUD stuff, you know, shill stuff and stuff like that. I like to say it as is, and I like to see all sides of the story. So just like we're talking about, so just like we're talking about it potentially going to $1.50, it potentially going to $2. There's also the possibility, like Gary said, that we could hit that 33-cent mark again. You know what I mean? Like we can dip lower. And I just want to point that out because it's the truth, you know. And like, we're not here to FOMO, we're not here to FUD, you know. We're here to just try to be realistic, despite of my $5 end of year title, which I've been meaning to change. I just haven't gotten around to it. So you know, that's pretty much what we're doing here. On top of that, I do like that some of us are in the chat and some of us are just chilling. Again, I want to take this next 10 seconds to just appreciate you guys, say thank you for even tuning in, man, for giving me the time of day. I think that's awesome. So again, thank you all so much. That's for sure. And if you guys haven't yet, try not to keep your do you think we're in alt season? I think I think it's I feel like it's almost too early to be able to say yes to that question. I think it's a little too early. That's just my opinion, but I do think that we are starting. I think we're headed towards that alt season period. But I don't want to directly say yes just because I think it feels too early to me, you know. Obviously we did pump pretty nicely, so you know, many can argue that we officially are in the alt season. But I personally don't think that we're off. I don't think we can call it that yet, if that makes any sense. But again, that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean that I'm right or anything like that, so just bear in mind, you know. But what do you think? Do you think we're in the alt season? Do you think this is it, we're pumping? I mean, I'm definitely very optimistic about the whole situation. I definitely see us moving forward from here. I definitely am quite optimistic. And I mean, you are right, because technically, if we're not in alt season, then any lows, previous lows, are essentially fair game. Technically, I guess that might not be the best terminology to use, but you know, it's fair game if we're not really there yet, you know. And that's actually a good point that you bring up, and I like this because, you know, like, it's a discussion, you know, like kind of like a slightly debate, you know. So I think it's cool because we get to see all perspectives and stuff. I will agree with that. And I mean, if you look at the charts, it's stupendously similar. You know, it's like it's almost the same chart. I mean, obviously not, but it's almost the same chart. Like, it looks too close. And I do agree, though, we do need to break off of that BTC piggyback riding, you know. But we were, XRP specifically was pulling up for a little bit there, while XRP was, I mean, okay, maybe I've been sitting here too long, but yeah, like XRP was actually moving up a little bit, even though BTC wasn't really doing much. I believe that happened for like a day or two, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, in general, I will agree. I do think that we need XRP to just break off BTC. We need it to be its own mind per se. You know what I mean? And it was doing that for a little while, not for long, but for a little while. I mean, I was happy when that little bit happened, because it just shows the potential, you know. It shows more potential for XRP, and I think I think we're definitely in good times, regardless if the alt season starts now or if it starts next year. It's not that far off, so I think that we're still in a very good point in time when it comes to being XRP or even just crypto investors in general. Because if you see, the overall market is moving together. It's moving with BTC, as you mentioned, and it's not just XRP. But in general, I can't wait for that day to happen. I can't wait to see, like, and again, I'm a firm believer in BTC and XRP. I don't dislike or like one necessarily more than the other. I think they're both amazing. I think they're both going to help cryptocurrencies be mass adopted, you know. So I think they're going to help each other, regardless if some people hate one or the other, or like debate each other hardly on which one is best, you know. Like, I don't really care for necessarily like arguing with somebody that this is better than this, you know. But because the way I see it, as BTC does good and all the cryptos are start doing good, and I think that's amazing, you know. It's cool to see the unition in them, but at the same time, I can't wait for the day that XRP is moving on its own, as opposed to with the whole market. Either way, as long as it's moving up, I'm happy. Obviously, it's not always going to do that, you know. But hey, man, you seem very knowledgeable on you know, charts and stuff. Like, it'd be cool to do some work with you and maybe get a nice chart going for everybody. And again, I'm just reading the comments and stuff. That time XRP was like 19 cents. You know, yeah. Yeah, I haven't looked into Spark much. I was actually planning to do it this weekend, and kind of give some content on that too. I haven't read too much on it. What I understand from Spark so far is that they're going to be working with dApps and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty exciting for Ripple and XRP to just be part of that. I'm quite new. So pretty much a bull run just means that everything is just cranking up. Like, you know, the price is skyrocketing. It's just booming, you know. Like, I don't know if you were around or if you were aware of Bitcoin and stuff like that back in 2017 when it hit its all-time high of like 19.8k USD. But that was pretty much a bull run. That went from like what, you guys can correct me if I'm ever wrong. Don't hesitate, you know, that's what we're here for. But I believe it went from like what, like 3k to like 19 point something k. Like, that was a bull run. So it's just pretty much that it's just going up. Like, if you take this chart and you just look at this right here, and then it continues to do that and it continues to do that's a bull run essentially. And as far as alt season is just pretty much, it's similar to a bull run. It's just the alt or anything that's not Bitcoin essentially is an alt. I believe Ethereum is a coin and Bitcoin is obviously a coin. XRP is technically considered a token. If I remember correctly, they were working towards I won't even comment on that because I don't know too much about it. But yeah, pretty much anything that's not Bitcoin and stuff like that, and I believe Ethereum and stuff are considered tokens. I think Tron became a coin on its own, because pretty much if you're using the similar algorithms and stuff like that, similar I guess we can say mathematics as Bitcoin, you're using the same I guess we can call it algorithm. Again, my terminology might not be the best, so bear with me. But as you're using, they're using the same general program that Bitcoin is using, so they're technically a token as opposed to being their own coin. But no, yeah, as far as Spark goes, I think that's going to be quite exciting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there apparently some exchange that was already trading Spark or something like that? I remember hearing some comments, reading some comments, somebody saying that Spark was already being traded for like $1 or something like that. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, hell, I'm putting a lot into XRP, getting my 1-to-1 ratio, and be happy from there, you know. But I still have to do more research on Spark. And again, if I'm looking down, if you just came into the stream and stuff like that, and you see me looking down a lot, is because I have to look at my phone to see what you guys say. Because I don't have dual screens, dual monitors, so I have to do it this way. Now, I guess on a unrealistic note at the moment, what would you guys do if XRP was to hit, let's say, $100 like next week? Like, obviously, I'm sure a lot of us would be exiting with probably like 20, 30, 50% of our bags, I would assume. But what would you guys do? What's the first thing? I mean, I've thought about it, and you know, it's kind of tough. Let me just read. We'll follow the channel and active notifications. I think also everything besides BTC. Maybe I'm wrong. Spark's not traded yet in my knowledge. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think Ethereum might be a coin too. But you might be right as to an alt. Yeah, because technically BTC is considered the original, or it is the original. So technically anything besides BTC, it's technically an alternative. But there are some other coins. Anything besides, you know, it's a whole different topic, I guess. But hey, thank you so much for definitely tuning in, man. Thank you so much for staying here, you know, conversating, giving me good questions and stuff like that. It's been awesome talking to you, man. And again, you seem very knowledgeable with charts and stuff, and if you ever wanted to do something like a collaboration that we can throw something together for the viewers, that'd be awesome too. And I'm here, I'm open to suggestions, ideas, and all of that. But again, thank you so much. Hell yeah, man. It's good to challenge, because that's how we grow. Like, you know, the whole point of streaming and stuff is to get people's opinions, you know, because sometimes I might be saying something and I might be wrong, you know. It's human nature, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's good when you guys call me out on it. It's good when you let me know things too, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm a very transparent person, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not the best when it comes to chart, and you can probably already see that. I'm not the best when it comes to charts. I'm still learning. I try to look at some videos by this dude named Raynar Teo or something like that. I look at his stuff, and he generally has some very good stuff, like educational stuff for charts. Hell yeah, man. Cheers, man. I love how like we have people from like different parts here, you know what I mean? I think that's awesome, dude. Like, I think at some point there was somebody from Philippines and UK and stuff like that. I think that's so dope. It's crazy, you know, how the internet is today. Like, it brings us, like, you can be in Mars, and if you have access to the internet, like, we can still interact like if you live down the street or something. So I think that's really awesome. What do you mean by exchange the educational stuff? Like, bring more content on it and stuff like that? Oh yeah, for sure. I gotta work on it myself. I want to become better at charting, because I think that a lot of you guys like seeing charts and stuff like that, and it kind of gives us a better, clearer picture. So I definitely I'm looking into the Raynar Teo's videos. This dude is pretty awesome. Like, he explains everything very thoroughly. So I'm looking more into that so I can get better at it and definitely share more. Because the more knowledge we have, the more understanding we have. You know, you can't necessarily, I mean, you can, but it's not advisable to do something without understanding how it works. You know what I mean? Wait, who said Reinhardt? Did I say Reinhardt? Maybe I did, man. Reinhardt that's from Overwatch. But no, yeah, I mean, as far as now, like, I do want to. No, Raynar. Sorry, Raynar Teo. I think that's what you said. It probably sounded like Reinhardt though. Raynerteo. He's awesome, dude. Like you sound like you know a lot about charts and stuff like that. So it's like if you look at his stuff, like I think he does pretty well. Yeah, I'm gonna put it out here. So it is Rayner. It's that guy. He's pretty awesome. Like any of you in the stream right now, if you guys want to learn about technical analysis and look at charts and stuff, the guy that I just talked about, he's awesome. Like I'm not affiliated to him by any means at all, but I just think he does it well. So I don't see the point. I don't see the trouble in like sharing that out. All right, brother. Again, thank you so much for tuning in, man. You've been great. When it comes to that question, it's a tough one. It's really all right, man. Take care. Thank you so much again. When it comes to the question as to, do you think the crypto system would replace the traditional money system in the future? Question mark. IMO, the traditional system is on its last legs. When people talk to me or like ask me about questions like that, I think it's definitely tough to answer, but I try to answer as best as I can. So here we go. I don't think that our traditional money system, I don't think like banks and stuff like that are going to go away anytime soon. I think that I don't think it's going to just collapse and like just be gone. I mean, it really can, but I don't see that happening. Excuse me again, sorry. I don't see something like that happening. I don't see it just crashing and just, I don't see that. It definitely needs to be changed. It definitely needs an upgrade. Like we've been using the same system for too long, and I think that's what crypto is going to do. I think that's what XRP is going to do. It's going to give our financial system, I guess, our traditional money system, it's going to reinvent it and it's going to make it better. And I think that's what part of what XRP is probably going to be achieving here in the future. So I think it's going to be well. I think XRP is going to help that, but I think it's going to do it with the bank system and with our current money system. I don't think it's going to replace it altogether. It might in the future, but it might not happen in our lifetime. That's what I'm trying to say. It might happen after our lifetime, but who knows? It could happen in our lifetime. Like a lot can change in a couple of years. But yeah, it looks like we're getting some big downtrends here. So I might be ending the stream soon just so I can take some time and relax. I've been at it back and forth almost all day now. I've been streaming obviously on and off ever since we were like all the way up here, and I streamed all these downtrends, all of this. It went all the way down here before we decided to take a break and come back later. And when we came back, we were around here, so we got to enjoy all of this. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I want you guys to know that I'm not the type of person that is going to leave just because it's going down. Like, I'm here for the ups, I'm here for the downs, that's for sure. Like, I'm not, just because it's dumping, I'm not going to like, man, I'm just going to be back later. But I am just saying that it does look like I'll probably end it sometime soon, just so I can, play some league or something and like just take my eyes off of the chart and stuff like that. But I'll definitely be back later, most likely, especially if we see some kind of movement, regardless if it's to the downside. We might get in, try to tell each other that it's going to be better, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think this is a good note to end it at. All of you that have been watching, you guys have been awesome. You guys have been asking amazing questions, giving me some great input and stuff like that. If you're new to the channel and you have enjoyed it today here and you see my other videos and you enjoy that, definitely hit that subscribe button and stay tuned. We're going to be doing more of this, specifically as I learn more charts and stuff like that. I'm also going to be doing more XRP videos. As of now, I've been doing a lot of Pundi X videos. That's because a lot of my subscribers have kind of I won't say they're demanding it, but they're looking forward to those videos. Specifically, there's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to Pundi X, so I'm trying to cover that as well. Hell yeah, man. But you know, I'm gonna try to be making more XRP videos as well, so definitely stay tuned for that. And hell yeah, man, thank you so much, man. You're truly awesome. All of you have been awesome, dude. Like, trust me, even though we only got to a max of like, I think it was like 15 people at the same time, like it feels successful to me just because we have all this back and forth interaction, you know. So I think that's amazing. But again, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will start the stream either later today. I just kind of got to take a break from looking at this at the charts too much. So definitely, again, do stay tuned later. And you know, just if you guys have any questions, just think of the questions and ask me when I'm back. You know, like we're a community here, so you know, we're obviously learning from each other. It does look like we're dumping pretty intensely here. It's most likely going to, I already drew a line right here. It's most likely, if it does continue dumping extremely hard, we might retest back at 53. And I'm just going to put this up before we actually do end up heading out. It is dumping quite hard, you know, so I kind of don't want to, what am I doing? I kind of don't want to leave when it's like dumping this hard, because, you know, we're here for each other, right? So, maybe when I see a good green candle, we can end the stream there. Just some type of green, you know, just so we leave on a positive note. See what happens here. I mean, we're definitely going to retest 55 again on the upside, so I have no doubts about that. No, trust me. I know, bro. Trust me. I want 46 too. I'm not going to lie. I do want 46 because I want to pick more back up around 46. And I've been telling you, man, like there's still a very good chance that we will see 46, 47 again. So, and it's not an unrealistic like target. It's not unrealistic at all. Like we're pretty much there technically, you know. I know you're going to be hella happy when it hits, or if it hits 46 though. Oh, hell yeah, man. That's the best thing you can do. Buy orders are the best, you know, because you can literally sleep and stuff like that and come back and it's most likely going to be filled. Like I said, as long as you're not setting yourself up like a very unrealistic buyback, you should be fine. Like I don't want to say we will. I don't like saying will because, you know, anything is possible, but we should hit 46-ish again sometime, either within the week or maybe even today, who knows. I don't think I don't think that target is unrealistic at all. It's actually very, very likely. Let me just check to see something. Just checking something, guys, here. I do apologize. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we are going to end the stream soon. I do want to see it pump back up a little bit before we head out. I hate to leave when it's dumping. If anything, I prefer to leave when it's pumping just because, you know, we're leaving on a positive note, you know. It might keep going down a little bit further, though. So we'll see what happens here within the next 10 minutes or so. 5 to 10 minutes. The main reason why I'm planning to take a break is just to relax and stuff like that. You know, so we can all relax. Although I'm sure you guys will continue seeing the chart somewhere else, but it's like, you know, sometimes it's good to take a step back and take a break from it and then come back later refreshed and stuff like that. And then you can see things a little bit clearer too. Hey, that's true, man. If I did flip it, like technically we are going up, right? You know, what's the difference? I should get one of those screens that I can just flip, so every time it starts going down, I flip it, you know, it's going up for me. And vice versa. I mean, we are seeing some good support here. Honestly, I don't expect it to drop too much low for the short term. Like, I'm talking short term. I don't expect it to drop super low, but I do see again the 46 being hit potentially. Hell, man, you might get that 46 today, man. Who knows? You might wake up to a order 46 order filled. Damn, it does not want to cooperate. Well, I mean, it's cooperating your way, right? Because that's what you're trying to hit. And I mean, honestly, I won't be alarmed if we hit 46, 47 again, because from now I see that possibility happening. So I'm kind of already prepared for it, and I will hopefully be looking at it when it does hit it, so I can buy more. I haven't put an order in yet. It's crazy, man. Like, we went all of this, we pushed up pretty nicely, and then this happens. That just comes to show that it's not the market doesn't always go the way you expect it. Excuse me, or the way it seems. Sometimes it seems like it's going to do something and just completely does the opposite. That's the worst. But we will see shortly here what happens, because it's a battle, that's for sure. It looks like we're back at that 55-cent battle again, finding ourselves here one more time. Yeah, I'm even talking weird now. But yeah, I think we're going to see that. I see that as a possibility. Sorry, I'm checking stuff at the same time. Man, I swear it's like the market said, hey, man, we need to go to 46 for this, man. You're like you're manifesting the market, so it goes back to 46. All right, I won't end it yet, but I will be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a quick drink. We will be ending it here shortly, just for the sake of a little break, and then come back later. I feel like I've been on and off with this almost all day today. It's a good way to spend Black Friday, though. It's better than going out and spending money, that's for sure. Oh, damn. So you're pretty much at 10 now after you exited? That's wild, man. I mean, I still feel like you're gonna get a chance, man. I think you're gonna get a chance, and I think that you'll be able to see those gains again. Oh, so you're at least golden, right? Because if you went in at 7.5 and you're now at 10, you have some cushion there, so that's good. Unless I misunderstood that. But it seems like that's what you're saying. You went in at 7.5 and then you exited with 10. So it's like you at least have that cushion right there, that 2.5. You have roughly 2.5 of cushion right there that you're good for, That's good. I love when you have that. And what I mean by cushion is just that if you put in $10 and now it's at $100, then you have that $90 cushion that, like, it can go down by $90 and you'll still leave with what you came with, pretty much. So I mean, that 85, yeah, that 2.5 cushion, it's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie there. Yeah, so even if for some reason you had to pick up at what it is now, like, you would still be good. But I think I know what you're doing. Sorry. It seems you know what you're doing, so I think waiting for that potential 46 is a smart idea. I will be right back though. I do want to get a drink real quick. I kind of drank everything. I've been drinking so much coffee today, man. But I'll be right back. All right, so we are back here. Still looks like some sideways movement though. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, it's happened to me so many times too. Hold on, let me make sure everything is working. It's not popping up for me, so let me just check something. No, yeah, man. Trust me, it's happened to me a lot of times. Not a lot of times, but it's happened to me often enough that pretty much when I see something pumping and I'm like, in the back of my head, something tells me like you should probably exit right now with the profit you have. But then I just kind of like, it's gonna go higher, so then I literally just stay in it, and I butcher my profits by like 20-30% usually. I'm trying to turn on the light, see how it looks. Probably a little better. But yeah, I mean, it's happened to me. I hope, you know, it's just, we just got to learn from that, you know, 'cause once you start to get greedy, like it gets dangerous, you know. It can be dangerous. No, yeah, trust me, man. It's easy. Like, it's weird because sometimes people do the opposite thing. They cut their loss. They cut their losses too. They wait too long to cut their losses, and they cut their winnings fast. For me, it's kind of like almost the opposite. If I see that I'm losing, I mean, obviously, like when I'm looking at a chart like this, that's different because I see some patterns and stuff. But it's like if I'm just briefly looking at it and I see it going down by a certain amount, like I would get out, you know. However, when it comes to gaining, I try not to get emotional about it, and what ends up happening is that I get greedy about it, so it fucks up some of my gains, that's for sure, you know. And I've done that enough to like where I have probably missed out on like thousands and thousands of dollars of profit just because of doing silly stuff like that, you know. Like I said, I'm sure you were present, but like I said about my story where like I bought in at 20 something cents before the big 2017 bull run, and I didn't check crypto for so long that I missed the $3.80 mark, and I went back down. Like it was, yeah, that still bugs me to this day, but it's not that big of a deal because I see more potential in the future. So let me just check something. Again, if I am looking down, it's because I am watching. I'm trying to look at the live chat at the same time. If you guys see something that you dislike, something that you could correct me on and stuff like that, then definitely let me know. That's what we're here for, you know, improve each other and just make gains together, you know, get those profits essentially. But I think this is good enough. I mean, we did recover a little bit. I just didn't want to leave when it was like dumping like that, you know. I don't want to like head out when it's getting bad, you know. Like I'm here for the good and the bad. So at least it's recovering a little bit. So I think it's a good time to put an end to this stream. We'll probably be back on later. I hope you guys tune in again. We'll most likely be back on later, just talking a little bit more about it, looking at the chart a little bit more, and hopefully actually getting to this article. I've been meaning to get to this article. I got to it a little bit, but I didn't do too much on it. But that pretty much does it for this stream. Again, thank you guys for tuning in. Again, I didn't want to leave when it was dumping all the way down. I kind of wanted it to recover a little bit before heading out. I don't want to leave you guys when it's all in the red, you know. So we're looking a little bit more positive now. I have been doing this for a good amount of time today, so I think it's time to take a good break, you know, go play some League, go, you know, just relax. Although when you're playing League, you're not really relaxed. But yeah, I mean, that does it for this one. It does look like we are going up, so it's a good, I mean, some of you might argue that it's probably not the best time to leave when it's pumping. You probably want to leave when it's dumping. But yeah, I just need a little break. But anyways, thank you all so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you guys, especially the ones that have been staying consistent with me. I appreciate everybody that's popping in, everybody that's commenting and all of that. You guys are awesome, great audience, great community, honestly. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care, man.